Supremacy Games. Chapter 676-700. C676, a perfect combination. Are you getting used to the feeling of traveling through the Void Realm? Thor inquired as he watched Felix smiling in delight while inside the chest of the humanoid elite void creature. Well, Void Blink makes it almost impossible to spend even a split second inside the Void Realm before forcing me to exit in my destination. Felix replied as he scratched his cheek, not giving a crap that the sinners were running for their lives in front of him. I spent only a few minutes in the Void Realm before, and I can only tell you that my experience wasn't pleasant in the slightest. Thor clicked his tongue. With your Void immunity and third passive second skin, you should feel like a king inside the Void Realm. Although Felix only spent time in the Void Realm within the UVR, he had to agree with his notion. Since the moment he found out that he had unlocked Void Blink as his second active ability, Felix entered the Void Realm willingly within the UVR. He didn't know if the Queen managed to capture the real sensation of being inside the Void Realm, since he felt like he was floating within a warm ocean. It was like the Void Realm was welcoming his existence with a warm hug instead of complete rejection like the others. This made him drop his fear completely of the Void Realm. Instead, he wanted nothing more but to remain in it as much as possible. Unfortunately, the only method he possessed that allowed him to access it was Void Blink. This active ability couldn't be used to its full potential without his fourth passive that he unlocked at 45%. It was called Marked Prey. This passive transformed Felix's void energy into a unique one belonging to only him. This made it possible to use his void energy as a marker. Anything that it touches would be sensed by him no matter the distance. That's why when he used his Void Seekers on the pack chasing after Captain Feather, he managed to mark the elite void creature and blink himself to it by crossing through the dimensions. Without this mark, Felix's blink might make him end up exiting inside a wall, underground, or even on a different planet. That's because he had no control over its activation, since it was a bloodline ability, not a mastered one like other abilities from elemental manipulations. So, he was really lucky to unlock the passive Marked Prey. It truly turned his Void Blink from useless garbage into one of the best active abilities in the universe. He was literally able to teleport anywhere in the universe by crossing through the empty Void Realm, as long as he marked his destination and had enough void energy to support his journey. That's why he easily blinked to the humanoid elite void creature immediately after Asna finished absorbing the other one. He had marked it first and left it for later because he knew that the sinners wouldn't dare to fight two void elites and their massive packs before Captain Feather fight his own pack. Leave some energy for me, Asna. Felix grumbled after sensing that his elemental capacity was left with only 20% void energy. Since he always kept 20% poison energy and 20% lightning energy, he was left with only 60% in his tank to fill with void energy. Those two blinks that he made had taken more than 30% by themselves. You really need to do something about it. Asna grumbled as well. Your current energy tank is like a cup, while your abilities require at least a barrel each to use their full potential. Felix couldn't help but agree with her analogy. Sadly, he couldn't do much about it right now, since he needed to focus on hatching Nemo first. Though, the moment he finished doing so, he would immediately head to Ramongandra's galaxy and focus entirely on reaching the third stage of poison manipulation and learn the conversion technique. While he was conversing with Asna casually, the humanoid void creature's new shrunken size had already been noticed by Miss Brazen and her squad. Too bad, they were still being chased by the other eagle-shaped void creature and the rest of its army. This made it hard for them to focus on anything else but their own survival. I don't know what the F***ck happened to the other elite, but this is our own chance to counterattack. However, Miss Brazen was smart enough to take advantage by the peculiar development and get rid of the pack behind them. Since they had 10 veteran bloodliners, it wasn't really that hard to achieve so. Engage in formation 2. Go. The moment the order was given, Miss Brazen and 3 of her squad mates separated themselves from the group and went into different directions. Since the biggest group remained intact, the Void Pack ignored Miss Brazen and those 3. Get rid of the lowborns quickly. Miss Brazen beamed 2 compressors cannons and placed them on her wide shoulders. Then, she summoned 2 metallic silver cleavers and forced them within the cannon's hole. The cannon was empowered with unique crystals that were able to disintegrate the ability and compress its energy to the limit. It didn't matter if one staffed inside a water bubble or a wind blade. They all turned into an explosive beam of energy and burst through anything in front of them. Boom! Boom! That's exactly what happened as those 4 kept bombarding the army of lowborn behind the eagle-like elite void creature. Since their attention was fully attracted by the biggest group of players, the lowborns kept exploding here and there every time they got hit directly by the deadly rays. The ones who got brushed by it or had only part of their bodies touched managed to absorb the energy of beams and heal themselves. Go quicker! The elite is catching up to our guys! Miss Brazen shouted out loud after seeing that the distance between her squad and the void pack was getting shorter and shorter. Upon hearing so, the other 3 beamed another compressor and added a 3rd explosive ray to their fire force. This helped them increase the pace of their hunt enough to start killing 3 void creatures by 3. After a grilling half-minute of constant bombardment and 2 ruined compressors, the army of lowborns had been finally gotten rid of. Still, neither did Miss Brazen celebrate nor did her squad since the biggest threat was still alive. Formation 3 now! Miss Brazen yelled while descending to the ground. The rest of her squad all split up and did the same. Even the ones being chased. After doing so, the elite void creature was forced to pick one target and chase after him, leaving the others to their own devices. F***CK. This is the 2nd time I get picked. A long-haired man with a purple helmet cried in his mind while staring at the gigantic elite void creature behind him. Unlike the strategy that Felix used to take down the void packs in the trials, most mercenaries without origin bloodliners or descendants of ones could only use this risky plan. Kill the lowborns first, and split into individuals to force the elite into chasing only one of them. While that unlucky bastard keep running for his life, the others would prepare a single combined explosive attack to blow the elite in one go. If it failed, they were absolutely F***ed since the elite void creatures could regenerate to their peak form after absorbing the attack's energy. That's why Felix's strategy had drawn a massive amount of interest from the assembly members and other mercenaries. He was a one-man army. It's getting closer. Please prepare faster. The chased poor bastard couldn't help but let out a despairing cry after sensing that the elite void creature was only tens of meters away from him. Give us a moment. Miss Brazen responded while quickly placing a 5th active compressor cannon on the ground. Meanwhile, her squad mates kept putting 3 to 4 active cannons next to her one by one. The moment one of them place his cannons, he separate himself as fast as possible from Miss Brazen and the rest of his crew. If they didn't do it like this, the elite void creature would turn its focus on them, since their life signals would be bigger than the tiny human in front of it. After more than 20 cannons were prepared next to her, Miss Brazen shouted, "Bring the F***CKER her." At last, the poor dude was given the permission to lure in the eagle-like void creature in front of the prepared set of cannons. They were all aimed at the sky by using built-in metallic support. Not yet. Not yet, not yet. Miss Brazen kept squinting at the descending eagle-like void creature, waiting for the perfect moment. She didn't need her squad mates to fire the cannons since she had permission to remotely fire them. As the leader of the squad, such a big responsibility naturally fell on her shoulders. The moment Miss Brazen noticed that it was merely 500 meters away from them, she ordered, "Gather on me." Just like a practiced drill for hundreds of times, her squad mates all flew towards her as fast as possible and stood right behind her. This forced the elite to switch focus from the poor bastard to the group's squad, giving him a chance to escape away from it and also get out of the strike zone. Hey! However, just as she wanted to fire off the cannons, her eyes were widened in shock as she watched the eagle-like void creature start to bash its head with its torso. It appeared like it went completely haywire as it ignored the group squad below and kept flailing in the sky. Before Miss Brazen and the rest could react, they spotted that its size was shrinking rapidly, akin to air escaping from an inflated balloon. Like hell, it will end like this. Miss Brazen shouted furiously, "Fire!" Boom! She didn't know what was going on, but she wasn't planning on watching the elite void creature keep doing its shenanigan after preparing everything to take it down. Strike first, think later. C677, attracting attention of the guild and the army. F***CK. Blink. The death ray was powerful enough. Felix felt chills course on his skin the instant Miss Brazen give out the order, forcing him to blink to safety. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he found himself on top of his moving vehicle. He had previously marked the chest with his void energy to return anytime he desired. Boom! Abruptly, a thunderous explosion resounded throughout tens of kilometers. When Felix zoomed in and saw the size of the explosion, he couldn't help but click his tongue in irritation. They really acted faster than I anticipated. As expected of veterans. He knew that the eagle-like void creature was doomed after seeing the size of the explosion. It was enough to delete it from existence, and if he was still inside it, he would have survived with grievous wounds. That's because his physical defenses were really way too abnormal. In addition, his third passive second skin was going to help him take most of the blow. This passive allowed Felix to acquire a coating made out of void energy that covered his skin the moment his body was touched by it. Since he was inside a void creature, his entire body had been shielded by an extremely tough coating. Whatever, there are plenty of elites to hunt around. Felix stopped caring about his lost prey and entered his vehicle. The moment he sat down, he beamed his nanosuit and wore it. This was one of the many inconveniences of using void energy in the matter universe. It was impossible for Felix to keep his clothes intact if he ever touched them with void energy. Since he was blinking through void realm and bathing within void creatures, he must always get nude before doing so. Either that or his nanosuit would get deconstructed. I can't be doing this every time, it's just too shameful. Even Felix with his thick face couldn't handle getting naked every time he used blink or another void-based ability. Fortunately, there was a part solution to help him avoid being called a pervert by his enemies. That was wearing an artificial symbiote suit that was made out of the symbiote's dead skin. After all, the symbiotes were unique void creatures and their skin should have such capabilities. Unfortunately, artificial symbiote suits were high in demand and low on supply. Everyone wanted to own one to protect themselves from almost anything. Especially, mercenaries and soldiers, who wanted to defend against void-based attacks if even by a little. One shouldn't confuse symbiote suits with the artificial symbiotes used to coat spaceships. Since life forms would be wearing it, it was only natural that all stops must be pulled to avoid the artificial symbiote from harming the host. After all, one tiny mistake and the suit would either devour the host or at least keep him trapped for eternity, just like what happened with Mr. Gamma. When his spaceship got blown up by Felix, he used a last emergency protocol that forced the Queen to coat his body with the symbiote skin from the spaceship. Because of that, he survived the explosion, but he was trapped within the symbiote skin. Felix took advantage of that by sealing him inside a solidified green sand pyramid. If he used a real artificial symbiote suit meant for life forms, he would have survived such a deadly strike while still retaining control. That's why the symbiote suits were always in demand and anyone would pay whatever it took to get one for themselves. Thankfully, Felix had his senior sister Queen Allura backing him, making it easier for him to reserve a suit by relying on her connections. As for requesting Lady Sphinx, he already did and was told that she didn't keep such toys in her warehouses. Hopefully, it will reach me in a few months tops. Felix wished while checking on his AP bracelets. Since they were made out of symbiote skin as well, they were mildly damaged. Queen, activate the artificial symbiote on all of them. Felix requested while removing the other 3 bracelets. He beamed a chest full of enriched energy ores and started feeding the bracelets one by one. In a mere few minutes, all the damages done by the void energy were taken care of. Asna, how much energy did you purify from absorbing those 2 elites? Felix inquired while driving away from the sinner's location. Compared to the void energy in the chests, probably 15% more or less. She answered. That's too little. Felix sighed in frustration, not liking her response one bit. Currently, Nimmo was able to eat the content of an entire chest in a single day. This implied that Felix required to hunt down at least 13 elite void creatures to feed him the same amount each day. As seen from before, it was quite complicated to hunt down packs alone since they were attracted mostly to squads due to their numbers. Felix wanted to hunt in peace instead of dealing with elite void creatures that were in combat with another squad already. He didn't want to expose his void abilities so soon since it would attract nothing but trouble. After all, not a single human throughout the history was able to use void element even though many ones were born with a little affinity to it. He would be bombarded by questions from higher-ups about his bloodline and such. He had no patience to deal with such crap on his first day. While Felix continued on his hunt, Captain Feather had already sold his recordings to Exalted Fangs and the army, the current two bosses in this planet. Since the recordings showed an elite void creature somehow killing itself, the information got sold for quite a lot of void points and contribution points. Right now, the recordings were being played on repeat in front of the Fang and his assistant within the base. Is it just me or does it seem like it is trying to eat itself at this moment? Confused and intrigued, the Fang asked his assistant as he played the recording in slow motion. Indeed. The assistant couldn't but agree after seeing that the void creature was trying to munch on its torso. It wasn't really that obvious since this void creature didn't have a mouth or teeth. Though, the scene of it smashing its head with its torso helped them reach that conclusion. Why is it doing that? Did it absorb something and couldn't deconstruct it or something? But that's impossible, void energy deconstructs everything it touches. Thoughtful, the Fang kept murmuring while tapping his finger on the table. He understood that elite void creatures were considered a massive threat to even origin bloodliners due to the potency of their void energy. So, he truly found it difficult to believe that it wasn't able to deconstruct something. The only way to find out was by looking inside the void creature. But, he knew that was impossible since the inside of void creatures were like a miniature version of void realm. Nothing gets inside, not even light. That's why Felix was never worried about getting seen while chilling inside a void creature. Not a single ability could bypass the void energy and spot him. It didn't matter if it was physical, elemental, or even mental, after all, abilities require a medium to travel. How could it enter the void creature if even the medium failed? What's even more baffling is the way it shrunk itself without anyone's interference. The Fang said with a serious tone. The Fang had watched the recordings from every angle and replayed many times, yet he didn't find out what caused the void creature to shrink so much in size. Set up a meeting for me with the assembly members. This is a serious matter that needed to be clarified as fast as possible. The Fang ordered his assistant. So far, it looked like a good issue since the elite void creature got weakened to a point it died with minimum effort. Still, the Fang wasn't going to let it rest until he reached the bottom of this. Meanwhile, inside the general's office in the Army's space station, the same recording was being played on repeat in front of 3 stern individuals. All of them were wearing the same black military uniform. The only difference would be the number of stars on their shoulders. 2 of them had 3 stars and the man sitting in the middle had 4 stars. The man with 4 stars was actually much younger than the other 2 as he appeared like he was still in his 20s. He had a small scar next to his left ear and a jarhead haircut. His dark eyes were giving off a sharp and a frosty vibe, making it hard for anyone to stare at him for too long. In fact, the middle-aged men next to him appeared more friendly than him. Lieutenant General Alfred, did you ask that Merc squad if they spotted anything peculiar happening to the elite void creature before it started to act like this? The frosty man inquired with a rigid voice. Yes, General Aztec. But, their response was negative. Alfred responded. It was common sense to interrogate Captain Feather about everything that had happened from the start of the ambush to the end. Even the Fang assistant had done so. Contact the Sinner's captain if she is still alive. General Aztec ordered, we need to know what happened to the other elites since they were in the same PA. Before he could finish his sentence, his AP bracelet started vibrating. He glanced at it and noticed that it was an incoming call from his subordinate. What? General. The Sinner's captain has just published a recording of her latest battle. The Void elites behaved in a bizarre manner as well. The subordinate spoke in a hurry. C678, bound to find out. I have shared the link with you. The moment General Aztec heard so, he pressed on the link and watched the recordings of the chase from Miss Brazen's point of view. In a few seconds, Lieutenant General Alfred and the other gasped in surprise after seeing the human-looking void creature pause its chase and start to bash its head and limbs with its torso. Unfortunately, since Miss Brazen and her squad were being chased, she couldn't remain recording the void creature. General Aztec didn't comment or paused the recording. He let it play out until the last moment, when Miss Brazen was going to fire 20 cannons at the eagle-like elite void creature. When he saw that it behaved in the same manner as the other two, General Aztec paused the recording and ordered, from now on, any news about abnormalities happening to void creatures must be relayed to me as fast as possible. Yes, General. Yes, General. Upon hearing so, General Aztec stood up and said, keep examining the recordings, I need to inform the commander. The two lieutenant generals stood up and saluted him respectfully, then they left the office and closed the door behind them. General Aztec contacted the great commander of the army. If it was just a single elite showing weird signs, he wouldn't have bothered to contact him since he could handle it on his own. But 3 at the same time? He knew that something was going on, and it was better for the commander to hear it from him than from the network. Cluck. Speak. A dry deep manly voice resounded in the office after the call was picked up. We have a situation in Planet Fonund. General Aztec paused for a few seconds then continued, I have just watched recordings of 3 elite void creatures behaving in a bizarre manner. How so? I believe it's best if you watched it yourself, Commander. General Aztec said as he forwarded the links to the commander. Is that all? Yes. P. The moment General Aztec said so, the line was cut on him impolitely. Still, General Aztec didn't show any sigh of discontentment as he was used to this sort of treatment by now. He was one of the few origin bloodliners in the army who were there when the great commander was promoted to the highest rank possible in the galactical army. That happened thousands of years ago. So, he had been through a lot with the great commander during this never-ending war. Let's hope he doesn't drop the ball on this one again. General Aztec sighed, his latest decisions have truly costed us too many grounds. General Aztec ought to feel this way when the army had been losing a planet after another without any signs of victory. Those failures were all connected to Samuel D. Jackson, the great commander. He was a peak origin realm bloodliner with a legendary bloodline path. In other words, he used nothing but legendary ranked bloodlines from Tier 1 to Tier 7. This entailed that he was one of the strongest bloodliners in the universe since the enhancement he received after his breakthrough was incomparable to other origin bloodliners. This was the reason why bloodliners aspiring to reach the peak must pick the best bloodline in each stage to build a solid foundation. Though, it was extremely risky to take this route since it wasn't tested before. It was impossible for a bloodliner to break through the origin realm without the bloodline being compatible with each other. The only to know that for certain was by successfully breaking through. That's why bloodline clans led by origin bloodliners were popular. Everyone just needed to copy the path taken by the origin bloodliner without worrying about genes compatibility. So a legendary origin bloodliner was truly one of the big shots in the Milky Way galaxy. Still, the commander's strength only played a small part in getting him to the highest rank in the army. It was mostly due to his many achievements against the void creatures. Blocking thousands of void creatures invading a planet with a small fleet. Saving one of the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire, who got ambushed in space by a void cell. His leadership was brilliant to the point the army and mercenaries managed to recover many planets safely and get back some lost grounds. There were many more unmentioned achievements. They were enough to immortalize him throughout the history of mankind. That's what everyone assumed. Unfortunately, in the past 500 years, no notable achievement has been recorded. Instead, he started making weird decisions. Such as blocking tourism in the capital city, allowing criminals to run wild, creating a rift between soldiers and mercenaries by publicly denouncing the guild on many occasions. Most importantly, giving bad orders that ended up in losing big battles against the Void invasion. Still, his old achievements and strength had kept him in charge of the galactical army even though a lot of people had lost faith in his capabilities. Even General Aztec was on the verge of losing it, don't even mention the public. 2 weeks later, the news about the elite void creatures committing suicide was getting out of hand in the network. So far, there were more than 60 videos in the network, showing the elites shrinking in size before getting blasted by the squads. Those videos had already spread throughout the entire Guardian Empire, alarming all mercenaries and soldiers in other planets. The fact that those abnormalities were happening only on planet Fonund forced many researchers in void creatures to head down there, not caring about the dangers imposed. After all, this was the first change to happen to void creatures since the moment they invaded the matter universe. They were certain that if those abnormalities kept happening, even researchers from other races would be interested in this issue. If the assembly members didn't have their own planets to protect, they would have gone to Fonund as well. They will be on to you in no time if you kept attacking elites near squads. Asna said as she eyed Felix, who was chilling inside an elite void creature, deep underground. If I slowed down even more, I doubt Nemo will hatch in those 2 years. Felix replied. In the past week, he had been focusing mostly on hunting void creatures on the surface or the ones hiding deep underground. He did so by simply firing his void seekers into the ground. Since they were made out of void energy, they were able to dig through the dirt by deconstructing it. Because they could lock on void creatures, it wasn't hard to hit the elite and mark him, enabling Felix to blink inside its body. Just like that, a pack get hunted while still underground without anyone knowing about it. Unfortunately, this strategy could be used only on packs that were 1 kilometer away from the surface. That's the maximum range of his void seekers if it traveled through the ground. After all, the more solid an object, the harder it was to deconstruct it. The void particles could not deconstruct something tirelessly and infinitely. Still, this strategy helped Felix hunt more than 15 packs in the past week without anyone knowing about it. If only Nemo's egg wasn't an abyss for void energy, he would have settled by using only this strategy to avoid attracting attention. Alas, his appetite made it clear to Felix that he needed to increase his hunting speed. This forced him to target any void pack in sight no matter if it was targeting a squad or not. They are bound to find out eventually. After all, I have been near every elite that committed a suicide. Felix shrugged his shoulders. Hell, they must be already on to me. They probably didn't contact me since they wanted to catch me red-handed or something. Felix wasn't delusional to believe that the assembly members and the army generals were stupid enough to not figure out his involvement. They could simply request the Queen to show everyone's coordinates, who were the nearest to those elites. Felix would be the only one to pop up in all of them consistently. In addition, the suicide phenomena was happening only in the malaria zone. There were so many clues that were pointing at his involvement to not be noticed. Felix knew that this would happen, but still, he really didn't care that much about it. He was simply lazy to deal with their inquires instead of being afraid of their strength. After all, he had already surpassed the strongest human throughout the history of the species in physical strength. With his new void bloodline abilities, he was stronger than ever. If he was still being afraid of facing the upper echelon of the human race, he really failed himself and the tenants in his mind. I wonder what they are planning to do. Felix smiled faintly, quite intrigued about their next move. C679, the great Commander Samuel D. Jackson. As Felix expected, both the army and the guild's assembly were currently discussing him in two separated meetings. How long are we going to keep just talking? Hameru knitted her eyebrows in displeasure and added, let's summon him and ask him directly if he is the one responsible for the bizarre behavior of those abominations. Agreed. Winfried supported her claim, we should not use tricks against a strong origin bloodliner like him lest we end up driving him to side with the army. Just because Felix had signed with the mercenaries, it didn't mean that he couldn't terminate his contract and hand over his card. He could do so anytime he wanted as long as he wasn't in an active mission. Only the criminals serving their sentence as mercenaries could not quit before their sentence was over. Winfried knew that the army wouldn't hesitate to accept Felix with open arms and give him a high rank from the start and many other benefits. After all, origin bloodliners were assets that no one would refuse. I understand your point. The Fang sighed, but from what I have seen, I doubt that he will be honest about his answers or even respond to our summoning. We will simply alert him, making him stop whatever he is doing to the elites. My thoughts exactly. Toby agreed and then mentioned, the best decision is to spy on him to figure out what he is doing. Only after we get some results should we contact him. The moment they had spotted that Felix was always near the crime scene, Toby was the first to suggest spying on Felix by using a stealth aircraft. However, his suggestion was shot down by Hameru as she believed that Felix might be able to detect it. Her reasoning was based on the fact that Felix was always 3 to 4 kilometers away from the elites before they suicide. If he could cause the death of elite from such a distance, then what else could he do? So, she proposed that they would be straightforward and simply reach out to him. Winfried supported her while the Fang supported Toby's suggestion. This placed them on a standstill. The only one who could break it was Wilson, the 5th Assembly member. Did that lunatic respond to any of you yet? The Fang asked while rubbing his eyelids. Nope. Called him 5 times, still nothing. He is so irresponsible. Winfried condemned, doesn't he see the current ongoing situation in the network? Let's not get into that subject again. Toby waved his hand and recommended, let's just go with the third solution. We have wasted enough time discussing this. Upon hearing so, the Fang smiled widely and said, my daughter will not disappoint us. Hameru and Winfried looked at each other and couldn't help but compromise and accept the third solution. All right then, make sure to tell your son to keep his mouth shut when they meet with him. Winfried warned. Little Fei knows how to deal with that troublemaker. The Fang ensured. Contact us if you got any updates. Hameru requested before logging out. The other 3 did the same soon after, leaving only the Fang. Without further delay, the Fang contacted his daughter and said with a serious tone, don't mess this up. Our main target is to recruit him, not to extract information. So don't be too pushy. I got it, father. Fei replied calmly. Peeb. F***ing old geezer, treating me like a doll. The moment the call was hung up, Fei punched the ground as hard as she could, scaring the shit out of Wolverine and the rest of her squad. Sis, you good? Shut the F***ck up and get in the car. We got the green light. Fei cursed him as she seated herself in one of the 10's armored vehicles parked around a small camp. Not wanting to piss her off even further, Wolverine sat next to her, and they drove south with the rest of the squad. There he goes again. Is he doing his thing right now? Fei squinted her eyes at the radar in irritation after finding out that Felix couldn't be located. Since the moment she set foot in the malaria zone, she was ordered by her father to keep close distance to Felix but not too close and upset him. So, for the past 2 weeks, she kept watching him disappear for a few minutes then reappear again on the radar. At the start, she believed that he was simply removing his AP bracelet for a minute or 2. It was weird but nothing really worth noting. However, when she watched the recordings of some squads who saw the suicide phenomena, it clicked on her mind that the timing of Felix's disappearance from the radar matched with the suicide phenomena. It happened too many times to ignore, making her reach out to her father and give out her findings. Unfortunately, this did nothing but further their curiosity about this mystery. Unbeknownst to them, every time Felix entered the void realm or inside a void creature, the queen could not give him a location since it wasn't registered in her database. Hence, he seemed like he disappeared off the radar just to reappear a few minutes later. There you are. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Felix had shown up again in phase radar. He was at least 20 kilometers away from them. A distance that could be traveled in no time. I want everyone to fall back. I will be meeting him alone. Faye ordered while driving at full speed toward Felix's location. Seeing that she didn't plan on kicking him outside the car, Wolverine kept his mouth shut. Lance. I am finally going to meet you. I will never believe that you are the one killing those elites until I see it with my own eyes. It seemed like Wolverine's delusion of rivalry was still burning high, not knowing that Felix had probably already forgotten about him. Unlike the guild's meeting, the army's meeting ended on a bad note due to the great commander refusal to give out his order on the matter. It has been 15 days now since the great commander was informed by General Aztec. Yet, not a single order was given to deal with the current situation. Even when they had figured out Felix's connection to the suicide phenomena. What's worse, General Aztec couldn't take it on himself to do something since he was ordered by the great commander to hold. This truly pissed off General Aztec. Alas, he could only oblige and watch the army getting bombarded by questions from the press and the public. I really hope he has a plan in mind. The guild should have made their move by now. Fatigued, General Aztec massaged his temples while looking at the ceiling of his office. Ancient memories of the great commander Samuel surfaced on his mind. Those glorious moments he experienced with the commander were the only thing keeping him from losing faith in the commander, just like most people already did. Unfortunately, if he knew what the great commander was doing now, he would have burned those memories down to the ground. In a small cold room that was dimly lighted, a naked hairy middle-aged man was strapped to a large wooden cross with nails. Blood dripped from the man's wrists and legs, yet the look on his face expressed nothing but euphoric pleasure. His eyes were focused on a bewitching pale woman dressed in a tight black leather suit. The suit sure highlighted her unrealistic curves and assets that would make any man fall over heels with a single glimpse. Her silky smooth purple hair was styled into a ponytail, making her cold gorgeous face stand out even better. She was playing with a long leather whip while walking around the crucified man with lighter steps. Since she was wearing long black heels, the clicking sound they made kept booming in the man's ears every time. Please punish me, Mistress Candace. I have been misbehaving. Thrilled and slightly scared, the middle-aged man stuttered as he kept his eyes down, not daring to look into Mistress Candace's eyes. Mistress Candace stopped walking and giggled charmingly, "Ho ho, I am starting to think that you are going against my orders willingly to get punished." Before the middle-aged man could respond, Mistress Candace placed her whip on his shoulder and whispered in his ears, "Am I right, my cute Commander Samuel?" If anyone heard what she just said, they would pass out on the ground from pure disbelief. The great commander of the Galactical Army, the man who's tasked to shield humanity against the Void invasion, and one of the strongest origin bloodliners in the universe. This respectable and poised figure was breathing ruggedly with a visible erection after simply smelling the woman's inciting scent. Fortunately, no one would have his memories of the great commander defiled, since this dark room was neither in the real world nor the UVR. It was in the great commander's dream. "Come on now, don't get too excited." Mistress Candace lifted his chin with her lean finger and spoke coldly, "Didn't I tell you to stop the guild's attempts from touching my new toy? I swear I tried my best." Commander Samuel yelled, "But, my authority is starting to wane. I can't order General Aztec to sabotage the guild's attempts lest he thinks I went CR." Smack! Smack! Before Commander Samuel could finish, Mistress Candace whipped him in the chest hard enough he started to bleed. Huff huff. However, Commander Samuel seemed to feel pleasure from the pain as he kept breathing heavily through his nostrils. "I don't want to hear excuses from you. Mistress Candace narrowed her eyes dangerously and said, I don't care how you will be perceived. If I ordered you to do something, you do it at all costs. Am I understood? Yes. Yes. I won't disappoint you again. Please don't throw me away. Commander Samuel begged tearfully after seeing that she was getting too attached to Felix. He felt intense amount of jealousy and hatred to Felix. If it was up to him, he would have ordered the mobilization of the entire army to kill him. Unfortunately, he was just a sex slave to Mistress Candace, making it impossible for him to defy her orders. She wasn't any ordinary woman that could be defied or resisted against, that's because she was a void succubus. One of the 7 unique void creatures that were created by Paragon of Sins. Her powers were based on the sin of lust, giving her the freedom to invade both men and women's dreams and turn them into her sex slaves after experiencing a new world of pleasure that no one could withstand. She wasn't controlling them with mental abilities or such. She simply gave them a small taste, and they fall on their own to the pleasure, making them unable to live anymore without it. For Void Succubus, who was claimed by Lady Sphinx to be more terrifying than symbiotes, her abilities to have people under her control by their own will was top-notch. Since all of this was happening in a dream, the Queen AI could not see it, making it possible for Mistress Candace to order Commander Samuel like a dog without her knowing about it. It has been over 500 years now since the first time the commander was visited by Mistress Candace in his dream. Due to his high mental defenses, he was much tougher to break through. Still, after a few years of continuous visits, he got hooked on her just like a drug addict tasting heroin for the first time. For the past half-century, everyone thought that he had lost his capabilities, making them lose a planet after another. But in reality, he was simply following Mistress Candace's orders to get rewarded by her. He was no more than a puppet to be used by the Void Succubus for her own entertainment. Make sure that the army stay away from my toy and bring me more information about him. Don't mess up again, or you won't like the outcome of my punishment. Before Commander Samuel could feel thrilled at the notion of being punished, Mistress Candace laughed sadistically, "Trust me, it won't be a pleasurable one for you. I won't fail you again." Commander Samuel gulped fearfully at the sound of that, knowing that Mistress Candace could make him suffer just like she could make him feel good. Although it was his dream, he had already lost control over it. Hell, he couldn't even wake up unless she gave him permission to do so. The only control he had was not sleeping, but, if he didn't sleep, he wouldn't see her. If he didn't see her, he wouldn't get his dose of her pleasure, making him enter a withdrawal. He would do anything to avoid going through withdrawal again. At this moment, he was already a slave to his own desire, making him ignore everything else, even the never-ending war and his responsibilities towards it. "You can leave now." Mistress Candace sat on a chair as she waved her hand at him. But Commander Samuel seemed reluctant to leave since she didn't give him his dose for the day. Unfortunately, one glare by her made him understand that it wasn't happening today after his F***ck up. So, he immediately woke up from his sleep while still having an erection. "Myra, wake up!" he ordered coldly while shaking a beautiful naked woman who was sleeping next to him. Upon hearing his frigid voice, Myra didn't dare to remain sleeping for even a second longer. Without him telling her what to do, she started pleasuring him silently. "I feel nothing. How can you be this bad?" Commander Samuel grabbed her head and smashed it against the bed's frame, resulting in her bleeding profusely. Yet, Myra held in her voice and let him do as he pleased with her body, either this or she ends up in a much worse state. After all, he was the commander and emperor of the Guardian Empire. Who could stand up against him? After a few minutes, Commander Samuel threw Myra into the ground after having his way with her. While she was weeping silently on the ground, Commander Samuel kept punching his thighs that were twitching like crazy. "This is not it. This is not it. Only the mistress can satisfy me. Shit, shit, shit." Commander Samuel breathed ruggedly as he tried his best to hold his urges. He had already tried hundreds of different methods to get rid of the urge. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, the urge remained like an itch that couldn't be scratched. When even one of the strongest humans in universe was left in such a poor state, one could only wonder how bad it would be for the rest. Lust was truly a frightening weapon. The only way to get in her good books again is by giving her some good news. Commander Samuel stood up and wore his clothes. Then, he exited his bedroom, not caring about the girl bleeding and weeping on the ground. After he left his mansion within one of the biggest habitable space stations in the galaxy, he walked with quicker steps towards his personnel office. Since it was the middle of the night, most of the staff and soldiers were asleep. Still, the commander was saluted respectfully by many soldiers on duty. All of them didn't dare to stare at the Commander Samuel for even a split second. Unlike his submissive personality in front of Mistress Candace, he was perceived as a man with a short fuse. There were many episodes of him cursing the staff and soldiers furiously for the tiniest mistake. Because he was above all and below only Mistress Candace, no one dared to complain about his treatments. In a few minutes, Commander Samuel entered his office and created a holographic contract. Then, he typed in all the terms and called over General Aztec, not caring if he was asleep or not. "Cluck. I want you to email this recruitment contract to that bastard Lance," Commander Samuel ordered while gritting his teeth hatefully. "Recruitment contract?" General Aztec replied in confusion. Just a while ago, the commander refused to make a move on Felix no matter how he begged him. Now, he wanted to straight out recruit him? After checking his inbox and reading the crazy terms, he really started to feel like Commander Samuel had finally lost it. "Sir, this contract is nonsense. Why do we need to offer so much without even requesting him to tell us about his suicide phenomena? He can even cancel at any time he desired." General Aztec finally snapped, not able to hold in his anger. The contract was beyond unreasonable. Hell, it was much better than his own contract, and he had served in the army for hundreds of years. Just do it. Why do you have to question every goddamn decision? Commander Samuel snapped angrily and hung up, not in the mood to explain himself. Well, even if he was in the mood, he couldn't confess and tell him that he was trying to recruit Felix to please Mistress Candace. She had ordered him to make sure that Felix continue doing his thing to the elites without getting interfered by either the army or the guild. Though he controlled the army, he failed to do the same to the guild. Now, he changed his plan to straight out recruiting Felix with terms that he could never reject. Damn it! Where did this bastard come from and how dare he steal my mistress's attention? Commander Samuel still remembered the first time Mistress Candace saw the suicide phenomena. He didn't know why, but he felt that Mistress Candace had gotten extremely invested in it. As long as he remembered, she didn't care about anything. All of her orders were for the sake of entertainment. From allowing criminals to run rampage in the capital to making him stupid decisions that costed them planets and many lives. Because of this, he never considered her to be related to Void Realm or be a void creature. In his mind, if she was one of them, she could have made the guild's assembly members and other important generals her sex slaves as well. If she did so, the empire would have been hers and the void creatures would have the freedom to do as they please. So, he always believed that she was a strong entity that belonged to a hidden race, who simply wanted to fool around. This was the reason why Void Succubus, Greedy Jinn, and the Imitator were the scariest unique void creatures of the species. Even when they show themselves, no one associate them with void creatures due to their high intelligence and their physical form. Two assets that void creatures were known to lack by everyone in the universe. While Commander Samuel was trying his best to hold his urges from erupting, Mistress Candace was lying on her stomach inside a random solitaire stream. The poor dude was having a wet dream without realizing that it was caused by Mistress Candace. In front of Mistress Candace was a mirror that showed memories of Commander Samuel when he watched Felix's trials. The moment Felix's face appeared up close, Mistress Candace paused the memory and placed her lean finger on Felix's exposed void eye. Who are you? She murmured while caressing his void eye with her finger. As she was doing so, her forehead started to split from the center until a pink pupilless eye emerged in it. The moment she had seen Felix's void eye, she recognized it almost immediately since she possessed one too. Unlike Felix, she was able to cross from the void realm and the matter universe quite easily by using it. Right at this moment, her physical form was floating in the void realm while a wisp of her consciousness was the one residing inside the poor Solidar's dream. That's how she was able to access the dreams of men during their sleep without alerting them. How could they be alerted when her physical form was in another dimension? He should be one of my lord's imitators. But, why is he hunting down those cuties? Is he trying to climb up the human race ladder by getting many achievements? Still, why is he doing it in my playground? Mistress Candace titled her head in confusion, not able to understand his objectives. She was certain that Felix was an imitator since nothing else could explain his possession of a void eye and his utilization of void energy. Unlike humans who couldn't see Felix inside void creatures, she was able to see his body's outline clearly by using her void eye. This made her conclude that Felix was absorbing the void energy of those abominations. Although she figured out as much, she couldn't comprehend his real aim. After all, why absorb void energy from void creatures when he could simply enter the void realm and have an infinite amount? Adding this to the fact that he was fooling around in her own playground made her bewildered by his actions. However, instead of reaching out to him and ask him personally, she decided to watch him from afar to see his final objective. She was quite curious about it because she knew that the imitators were extremely hard to predict. That's why she was pissed when she received intel about the guild's movement from one of her sex slaves. She didn't want anyone to ruin her fun. Unbeknownst to her, this misunderstanding and her curiosity was going to cost her more than she could ever imagine. 2 hours later, Felix could be seen chilling above a scarlet sand dune while munching on a fruit salad. He was staring at the two closest gigantic white moons, that were even bigger than Earth itself. As he was eating and enjoying the view peacefully, Faye and Wolverine were observing him from afar by using binoculars. "Sis, he is not going to invite us," Wolverine complained while scratching his tail in annoyance. For the past 2 hours, they had been doing nothing but following Felix up close. Faye made sure to leave enough distance for Felix to spot them but not too close that they would be hindering his hunt. She believed that when he sees them, he would invite them over to express their reason for following him or something. Unfortunately, Felix had completely ignored their presence. "How long are you going to ignore them for?" Asna asked. "Until I finish my break," Felix replied while chewing. He could ignore them much longer and continue his hunting, but he didn't want to have such a drag behind him. So, the moment he finished eating his dinner, he turned around and made a gesture with his finger for them to get close. "Finally, what an arrogant prick!" Wolverine murmured in irritation after they were given permission. "You better keep your mouth shut, or I will break it in front of him." Faye glared at him and drove her vehicle to Felix. She might despise her father for his shitty treatment, but still, she had to conclude all of his missions perfectly if she wanted to stay in his good favor. She didn't want to end up like her distant sisters and brothers who were left behind to manage their territory like some commoners. In a few minutes, Faye and Wolverine stepped off their vehicle and walked towards Felix, not wanting to cause a scene by throwing off sand all over the place. "What do you want?" Felix asked indifferently the moment he sensed their presence behind his back. "Morning to you too, bastard. Arrogant asshole." Both Faye and Wolverine didn't react pleasantly to his impoliteness. Since they were descendants of an origin bloodliner and an assembly member, they were used to a respectful approach by everyone. Still, they reeled in their pride and focused on the mission at hand. "Sir Lance, it's truly a pleasure to meet you at last." Faye spoke with an alluring smile, feeling quite confident that she would get a reaction off him. That's because her beauty get enchanted immensely under the moonlight due to her bloodline. Sure enough, Her fluffy ears and two creamy white tails started to shine akin to crystals after the moonlight touched them. Her crescent moon tattoo on her forehead also started to glimmer, making Felix glance at her face for a second. Just as she wanted to force a blush, Felix praised, "Cool tattoo." Faye's charming smile stiffened in its place, not knowing how to reply to his absurd praise. Here she was on her finest appearance she could muster. Yet, the F*er only praised her bloodline symbol? This punk! He is doing it on purpose. Faye gritted her teeth while still smiling, making her expression seem a bit twisted. So? What do you want? I still have a minute in my break. Felix reminded them while glancing at his bracelet's screen. Seeing that he wasn't joking around, Faye stopped trying to appeal to him with her beauty and introduced herself and her brother. I am Faye and this is Wolverine. We are one of the main descendants of the Fang. Faye's tone rose a little as she added, I believe you have heard of him. Yes, 40 seconds. Felix replied bluntly, not caring about the tint of pride in her tone. Seeing that he was actually counting made Faye and Wolverine understand that he was being literal with the duration. This forced her to dish out speaking about her father's achievements and his squad in her speech. She immediately jumped into the mission given to her by the guild. We have been sent by the assembly members to assist you in your hunt fully. Faye bowed her head slightly and added, we will be at your service and listen to all of your orders without anything in return. We can even sign a contract if you don't believe us. So, they have chosen this approach. Upon hearing so, Felix couldn't help but chuckle lightly. By giving him those two, it would allow the guild to spy on Felix's method of hunting elites without creating a conflict between them. If he refused their help, it would be the same as not respecting the guild. After all, they were already being polite by not bothering him for the past 2 weeks. If Felix wasn't strong, they would have already sent someone to drag his ass back to the base without questions asked. Unfortunately, Felix wasn't interested in entertaining their curiosity. You can leave. I don't want company. He rejected their offer calmly. This arrogant bastard. Who the hell does he think he is? His response angered Wolverine the most. The guild went an extra mile to avoid antagonizing him by sending him 2 strong descendants that would act as his subordinates. Yet, he had the nerve to reject it. Stay calm. Faye chided Wolverine with a hidden glare and switched back to her lovable persona while creating a holographic contract. She presented to Felix while requesting, please reconsider Sir Lance. Felix glanced at the highlighted terms of the contract and couldn't help laugh faintly. Why is he laughing? Faye was weirded out by his reaction. That's because the terms were literally all in his favor. The only thing he needed to do was tell them the truth about his involvement with the suicide phenomena. Is there something yo? Before she could ask him if he wanted a term to be changed, Felix displayed a holographic contract in her face, that was titled Army Consultant. After taking a quick glance at the terms, Faye's mouth went agape in disbelief. How does this make sense? She mumbled while reading the terms without a single blink. What are you talking about? Curious, Wolverine stuck his head and read a little as well. After a short moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, have they gone nuts? Wolverine knew that the army had been eyeing Felix just like them, but not in his wildest dream did he expect that their offer would be this stupid. They asked nothing from Felix. The moment he would sign the contract, he would be the same as a free agent getting paid without doing anything. He wouldn't need to obey the generals or the commander. He would be assigned with the honorary title Army Consultant that would allow him to do as he pleased in the army. In addition, he wouldn't need to be restricted in the planet he would be hunting in, like the way ranking system works in the guild. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have taken black missions. Unfortunately, even if a squad accepted a black mission, they wouldn't be authorized to head to the fallen planet. Mercenaries had no business in them since their job was to clear out void cells, not an entire infested planet with millions of void creatures. So, they were hung there just for display. Moreover, the contract didn't enforce Felix to show his methods of hunting the void creatures or explain his involvement with the suicide phenomena. This term was the one that stunned Faye and Wolverine. If Felix was given all of those benefits, they could match them as well after a quick call with their father. However, that's only if Felix exposed his method. What's the point of giving him all of those benefits without achieving their main aim? It was simply illogical. When Felix first gotten the contract by an email coming from General Aztec, he also couldn't believe it. He really thought that they were pulling his leg or hiding a loophole in the contract or something. Yet, after reading the contract thoroughly in the past 2 hours, he realized that they were dead serious. They really were willing to give him all of those benefits without anything in return. The icing on the cake was the fact that he could break the contract anytime he desired without any penalties. Last but not least, he wasn't required to breach his mercenary contract to sign it. I don't know if they offered me this contract to spite you guys, show their utmost sincerity to befriend me, or some unknown reason. Felix said while dusting his pants from the sand. He looked at them with a carefree smile and said one last time, whatever it is, I have already signed it. So, there is no point in me playing ball with you. Felix would be a fool to miss out such a freebie. He didn't know the real reason for such an offer and had his guards up. Still, he accepted since he had nothing to lose. He didn't need to even interact with the army after signing it. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could break the contract anytime he desired. Wait, wait, wait! Faye jumped in front of driver's door and blocked Felix from entering his vehicle. Please move while I am still being nice. Felix smiled faintly at her. Faye would be lying if she said that she wasn't afraid. Yet, she held her ground and spoke firmly, please give me a minute to contact my father. I believe he will give you an even better deal. I doubt it. Felix laughed. Felix knew that the army's deal could be given by only the commander since the generals didn't have the authority to give off such crazy benefits for free. Meanwhile, the guild could never do the same since it was ruled by 5 assembly members. The Fang didn't have the authority to write such a contract and approve it without consulting with his peers. Felix knew that it would take days to months for those 5 to make a decision about whether to match the army's contract or not. Why would he waste his time waiting for them to match the army's deal when he already had it in his hands? That damned lunatic commander. Faye knew this as well. But still, she didn't want to fail her mission and come back empty-handed. I am not moving until you give me something to bring back to my father. Faye spoke with reddened eyes, appearing like she was to cry. This vixen. Wolverine's eyelids twitched at the sight of his sister's pitiful look. Unfortunately for her, Felix was already immune to those looks due to the other vixen in his mind. So without hesitation, Felix placed his hand on her shoulder and picked her up like a doll. Upon sensing his suppressed monstrous strength on his fingers, her fur got puffed up in fear instinctively. Stay here and behave. Felix placed her next to Wolverine gently and entered his vehicle. The moment Wolverine saw that he had turned on the engine, he pulled his stunned sister and jumped away, not wanting to get showered with sand. Now what? Wolverine asked while staring at Felix driving into the horizon. He wanted to force Felix into confessing of his method, but upon seeing the way he dealt with his sister, he knew that his ending wouldn't be pleasant. Let's report everything to father. Faye exhaled a deep breath to control her emotions and said, we did our best. It's not our fault that the commander has lost his mind. Good luck. Wolverine jumped into the car, not wanting to get scolded with her. Little shit. Faye cursed his cowardliness and dialed her father. Cluck. You better have some good news. The Fang stated with a stern voice. We were too late, father. The army had sent him a contract that is impossible to refuse. He has already signed it and expressed his disinterest in having us be with him. Faye switched the blame to the assembly members in a subtle manner. In other words, if they didn't dilly-dally in their discussion for 2 weeks, they might have had a chance to get some positive results from Felix. Here it is. Before the Fang could comment, Fei struck while the iron was hot and forwarded the army contract to him. Immediately after the Fang read it, his first reaction was disbelief, then it was switched into a burning fury in an instant. Are they screwing with us intentionally? He yelled with a livid expression. This was the only reasonable explanation for such a logical move by the army. In the Fang's eyes, the contract made it clear that they didn't care about Felix more than they cared about pissing the guilds off. Keep following him from afar. We will take it from here. The Fang ordered his daughter and hung up. Then, he contacted the assembly members and waited until they grouped up before relaying the news to them. All of them were reacted the same as the Fang, treating the army's move as an act of aggression. So, they all called Commander Samuel, wanting to hear an explanation for his move. Unfortunately, Commander Samuel had blocked off all sources of communications and went to sleep, hoping that he would meet with Mistress Candace and inform her of the good news. He was that desperate to get his daily dose. How disrespectful! Does he think so little of us? We are origin bloodliners as well, god damn it! Winfried's playful persona was no more as he raged with his mohawk hair set on green flames. The others didn't take the unresponsiveness of Commander Samuel calmly as well. He was blatantly disrespecting the guild and all of its members. This wasn't the first time he ignored their calls, since his decisions during the war were always questionable, making them contact him in hopes to change them. We have been patient with that fat F***ck for hundreds of years. But he is just pushing it now. The Fang growled. His dictatorship is now affecting us more than ever. Hamaru said with a stern tone, if we remain silent, he might start to think that no one in the Empire has the balls to stand up against him. This shouldn't be happening at all, since the Void Guild itself was just a branch that belonged to the SG Alliance. That goes to all the branches in the universe. This entailed that if someone attacked a Void Guild branch, it was the same as attacking the SG Alliance instead of the race managing it. After all, the Void Guild's existence was to assist the armies in stopping the Void invasions throughout the entire universe. With each falling galaxy into the hands of the Void invasion, tens of thousands of new Void portals emerge, affecting the stability of the universe as a whole. Although Commander Samuel didn't attack the branch, his recent actions in the previous years were starting to influence the guild negatively. The assembly members were simply being patient and respectful to Commander Samuel, believing that he would get his shit together one day and lead them back to the right path. It was to their own benefits to think like this, since their territories were attached with the fall and rise of the Empire. But this was different. This was an insolent act of disdain and contempt to Guild's authority. It's time to file a letter of removal against him to the other empires and the Guild's main headquarters. Hamaru proposed. I agree. The Fang stressed, I had enough of his shenanigans. Let's add all of his previous failures in the past centuries. Winfried said coldly, if we are doing this, then let's do it properly to get completely rid of him. The assembly members knew that it was difficult to remove Commander Samuel from power, since his strength and old achievements were too prominent. That's why no matter how many battles they lost due to him, they never bothered to think of filing a letter against him. Neither the Empires nor the Alliance would sack him because of a few lost battles. The cause needed to be significant, like betraying the human race to the Void invasion or something like that. In addition, if the letter failed to achieve its purpose, it would merely offend Commander Samuel, making him target them. They didn't want that to happen, since their squads could be affected poorly if the army didn't fully back them up. After all, the army could simply back up other squads and its job would be considered as over. But now? Commander Samuel had shown his bad intentions without them doing anything to him. This was a wake-up call, letting them understand that Commander Samuel had long stopped thinking reasonably or politically. Especially after seeing that illogical contract. Make sure to forward our movement to other squads, generals, leaders, and other authoritative individuals in the galaxy. In fact, release the letter to the public. Hamaru informed, we need as many signs as possible to let the Alliance and other empires know that no one is pleased with the current leadership. Although the Guardian Empire was called an empire and Commander Samuel was its emperor, in reality, it stopped being an empire the moment the emperor started having control over the galactical army. Only its name and legacy was left behind, unlike the other two empires in the Milky Way galaxy. After all, it was impossible for those two empires and other kingdoms to give off part of their armies annually to the army of another empire. No one was stupid enough to make his rivals stronger. So, in ancient times, a proposal had been given to the Guardian's Empire royal family. It entailed that the royal family would keep its territory intact and be given reinforcement from other kingdoms and empires on a yearly basis. The only condition submitted was to give up its royal authority on the army. Instead of the royal family doing what it pleases with the army, it would be turned into a galactical army that was led by an individual voted by the empires, the royal family, and other noteworthy backgrounds who contributed to building the army. His appointment, removal, decisions would have nothing to do with the royal family anymore. The royal family could only agree to this proposal. After all, if they rejected it, their empire would fall in no time against the Void invasion without the support of others. So, it was much better to at least keep their territories. In addition, the voted individual could be one of their own, since the only requirement were military achievements and being at Origin Realm. Just like that, the strongest autonomous defensive shield against the Void invasion was born. At this very moment, an unprecedented event was going to occur. That would be the first official request to remove the army commander was going to be written and signed. The assembly members knew that there was a small chance of it working due to Commander Samuel's good relations with the other upper echelon of the galaxy, but it would be enough to kickstart an investigation. Even if the investigation ended up with no positive results, the assembly members would simply try again years later after he makes another shitty decision. Based on his latest performance, they knew that was definitely going to happen. After the letter was written, the assembly members were the first to sign it. Even Wilson, who was always absent, signed it after it was forwarded to him. This letter wasn't forwarded to just him but everyone on the guild and outside it, Felix included. Sigh, I messed up with the timeline again. Felix could only smile wryly after reading the letter that was condemning the commander and requesting his immediate replacement. In his previous life, Commander Samuel was removed from power only after 15 years from this moment. The reason of his removal was the fall of half the empire at the hands of the Void invasion. Only after it got this bad did the other two empires realize that the bastard was going to doom them all. Because of Commander Samuel's personal life getting worse and worse due to Mistress Candace, he had already lost his connections and network with the upper echelon of the galaxy. How would he care about them when the only thing in his mind was constantly having sex with Mistress Candace? Maybe, this is a good thing. Felix smiled faintly while signing the petition as well to voice out his support. He signed for no other reason than to avoid seeing half the galaxy getting devoured again. No one would like to have insects in his home, and Felix considered the entire galaxy as his home. You are really a shameless one. Asna chuckled, the commander gave you the best contract you can ever dream of, and you backstab him like this. I didn't ask him. Felix shrugged his shoulders carelessly, they were the ones willing to show this kind of support without anything in return. I know for a fact that there is no free lunch in this world. Felix snickered, I will find out eventually the real reason for giving me this contract. While Felix was chasing after a void pack, the news of the removal letter went viral throughout the entire galaxy. How could it not when the letter was forwarded to almost everyone? From civilians to kings and emperors. Even the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire received the letter. After reading it, almost everyone signed it and chimed their support to remove the commander. Everyone knew that Commander Samuel had lost his touch. However, when hundreds of his mistakes and failures over the past 100 years were stacked up in a single letter, it gave them a totally different look at Commander Samuel. Especially when those mistakes weren't harmless, each one costed millions of lives to be lost, planets destroyed, civilizations migration, instability in the empire, and more negative outcomes. I almost got fired by my boss for spilling coffee on his trouser. Yet, this old bastard is still leading the galactical army after hundreds of F***ck ups? Are you kidding me? I have been preaching for years to replace that old man. His time has already come hundreds of years ago. When are we going to wake up and remove him? After the entire empire fall at the hands of the Void invasion? Wake up people and sign the petition before it's too late. Our votes might be useless to affect the decision, but it would surely show our stance to our leaders. The network was buzzing with people discussing the letter. Celebrities, SG players, politicians, Bloodliner clans leaders, influencers, and more people with their own platform were pushing their followers to sign the letter. Some really cared and some simply joined the fun to get some clout and increase their fan base. Whatever it is, Commander Samuel was under heavy fire from the public. As for the upper echelon, no one had yet to voice his opinion on the matter. That's because the moment they sign the letter, their vote would actually make a difference. It wasn't called Galactical Army for nothing. Everyone who contributed to building it would receive a real vote on the matter. Naturally, the numbers of votes received was based on the amount of contribution. Those who sent more fleets and advanced weapons like the Mariana Empire and Bardo Empire would obtain more votes than the rest. Right now, all of them were investigating the reason for the guild's sudden attack on Commander Samuel. They understood that the assembly members were a smart bunch, who wouldn't start this mess without a solid reason. After asking them directly, they found out that whole matter was sparked due to one person and a contract. This baffled them at the start, but when they heard all the details, they also felt that Commander Samuel had gone too far with his dictatorship. They didn't really care about the suicide phenomena of the void creatures since they had their own matters to handle. But still, they were displeased by the manner Commander Samuel treated the issue. They could see that he went an extra limb to free Felix from any inconveniences imposed on him by the army and the guild. Since Felix signed the contract, he could do as pleased since he was considered as a high-ranked official of the army. The only difference was that no one was above him to order him around. Hence, there was no reason for him to share his method with either the guild or the army. After understanding the real cause, all important figures throughout the Milky Way galaxy decided to summon Commander Samuel to offer an explanation to ease up the tension. Naturally, the assembly members would attend this meeting since they were the aggrieved party. If it was any other time, the leaders wouldn't even care to address this issue. However, since the letter went public and everyone was clamoring to replace Commander Samuel, they could not ignore the matter at hand. Felix simply wanted to hunt void creatures in peace to hatch Nemo. Instead, he created a galactical conflict that involved almost everyone. Everywhere he goes, trouble follows. After Commander Samuel received the summoning letter, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he sneered and went to make himself a cup of coffee in his office. Bunch of fools. The 2 royal families and the 10 councilmen are backing me up. Commander Samuel knew that it was nigh impossible for him to get replaced. After all, it wasn't easy to get another origin bloodliner that wasn't affiliated with those 3 superpowers in the Galactical Army. All the current generals were supported by either the Mariana royal family, the Guardian royal family, or the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire. Since noteworthy military achievements were required as well to be promoted to the commander rank, this reduced the list even further to only a couple generals. All of them were affiliated. The only one without affiliation was Commander Samuel. That's why he was extremely respected in his golden age. He reached such heights without the support of any major background, making him the perfect candidate to lead such an autonomous powerful force. The public assumed that he was still in his position due to being buddy-buddy with their leaders, but in reality, there was simply no other candidate to fully trust by all 3 superpowers. So, they would rather keep him there and hope that he would regain his spark back than promote a general belonging to their rivals. It was all politics and Commander Samuel made sure to play it with them by simply not showing favoritism to any of them. To be more safe, Commander Samuel forced the few unaffiliated generals into choosing a side. The three superpowers didn't stop him from doing so since they were gaining additional origin bloodliners into their force. Even when they knew that he was doing so to solidify his ruling for years and years to come. Now when the guild finally had enough of Commander Samuel crap and filled a motion to replace him, there was not a single candidate to consider. Commander Samuel might be a slave to Mistress Candace, but it didn't mean that he had lost his craftiness. He was still the same Commander Samuel who achieved so much against the Void invasion. The only difference was that he stopped caring about the war and focused wholeheartedly to fulfill Mistress Candace's desires. 2 weeks later. The network was still buzzing noisily about Commander Samuel. There was no way it was going to stop anytime soon when the assembly members kept holding media conferences to push out his removal. Since the mercenaries hated Commander Samuel just as much, all the squads stepped from the shadows and condemned his leadership. On the other side, General Aztec and other important figureheads in the army all defended Commander Samuel by retelling his old achievements like they just happened yesterday. They weren't doing it because they were ordered by Commander Samuel or wanted to kiss his ass. If it was up to them, they would have joined the crowd and cursed him in hopes of replacing him. Unfortunately, the backgrounds supporting them weren't done yet with Commander Samuel, forcing them into defending him in public to alleviate the flames a little. While this drama was ongoing without signs of stopping anytime soon, Felix continued hunting void creatures peacefully. No one was focused on the suicide phenomena anymore while this juicy drama was happening. As for the assembly members, they made Phase Squad continue following Felix since the option to use stealth aircraft was gone forever. The moment Felix signed that contract and became an army consultant, his rank was high enough to be respected by the assembly members and even the generals. One of the many perks of such a high rank was protection from espionage by Queen AI. Anyone trying to spy on him would be punished by army laws. So the assembly members were left with no choice but to send Faye and her crew to hunt nearby his location and relay any important news. After all, the Queen can't stop squads trying to do their job. Sis, he is doing it. Wolverine shook Faye's shoulder as he watched Felix fire off 2 dark purplish blasts from his compressors towards a massive chasm. I am up, what did I miss? Faye rubbed her bloodshot eyes and pulled out her own binoculars. Just the usual. Wolverine clicked his tongue after watching Felix drive off his vehicle after firing those blasts. In the past 2 weeks, they had been taking shifts to surveillance Felix's movements from 20 kilometers away. Because of such distance, the Queen had nothing to say about their surveillance. After all, they could simply claim that they were surveying for void creatures in the direction that Felix happened to be. The Queen AI basic version was still an AI that followed the rules strictly and lacked common sense. He disappeared again from the radar. Faye knitted her eyebrows and said, his car is still moving, and he didn't leave it, so what's going on? Because of their distance and the dark windows of Felix's vehicle, it was impossible for them to see the inside. To add salt to injury, Felix had been hunting only void packs underground exclusively, making it impossible for Faye and Wolverine to comprehend what he was doing. In their eyes, he was firing 2 blasts underground to make fun of them or something. After all, how could they figure out that Felix was targeting void packs underground by using void seekers then teleporting inside their bodies while his car was still on the move? It wasn't really that hard to pull off as Felix only required to mark the upper face of the chest with his void energy and leave it inside his vehicle while it's on autopilot. After Asna get done absorbing the void energy, he simply teleports back and continue his journey without even leaving his vehicle. Should we forward this to Father again? Wolverine asked nervously. He really didn't want to tell his father that they still had nothing new to give. They already sent him a recording of Felix's shenanigans, and the Fang had showed it to the assembly members. Just like them, they also had no idea what Felix was doing and what were those purplish blasts. Because of the current ongoing conflict with Commander Samuel, they didn't have enough time to focus thoroughly on Felix. In their eyes, the replacement of Commander Samuel came at a great priority since if they failed, Commander Samuel was going to make an example of them by treating their territories and squads like shit. No need. Faye shook her head, let's contact him when we have something crucial. He already has too much on his plate to bother with us now. Wolverine nodded his head and continued his surveillance. The void packs are getting lower in this zone. Felix thought as he glanced outside the window with his void vision. It had been more than 4 hours since he last saw a void pack either underground or above it. You should consider changing the zone. Asna suggested lazily, you have almost cleaned this zone in the past month. Sure enough, the void packs that Felix hunted alone had already surpassed 150. Since each void pack had more than 10 void creatures, he should have killed more than 1,000 void creatures by now. Plus, the other squads and foot soldiers were cleaning the zone at the same time. It was expected that they had taken care of at least the same amount. No, I am not taking another mission here. Felix smiled faintly, since I have permission to head to fallen planets, it's time to pick up some black missions. The only reason Felix had chosen red missions in the first place was his inability to accept black missions as well as his lack of live practice. Now that he had both, it was time to hunt in those infested planets that didn't have a single soul residing within. Because of the massive numbers of void creatures, he wouldn't be wasting time locating them or bothering to hide his abilities. If he didn't receive the army contract, Felix would have signed the contract with the guild and let them see his method since he couldn't avoid them forever. They were bound to know one way or another unless he slowed his hunting speed to keep the secret going. That's why the moment he signed the army contract, he returned to hunting only underground void packs exclusively. There was no need to let them know of his connection with void element when he would be soon heading to a fallen planet. If I don't locate another pack in the next 3 hours, I will turn in my mission and leave this shithole. Felix decided. Since Felix had been killing the void creatures underground, he was naturally receiving void points for them and marked as his harvest. Considering the number of packs slayed at his hands, he had already concluded his side of the mission and could turn in his results for all to see. After all, the red mission he accepted was a public mission. In other words, there was only one reward to gain, and in this case, the squad with the highest points at the end of the mission duration would earn an additional 100k void points. So far, Felix had yet to expose his gathered points. A couple of hours later, not a single void pack had been located by Felix, making him give up and change his destination to the void base. There was no point in wasting more time in this planet when he had now much better options. As for being a hero and going at a limb to fully clear the planet, yeah, that ain't happening. This planet was doomed before he took the first step on it and would be doomed after he leaves it. Now that there was an ongoing conflict between the guild and the army, Commander Samuel didn't hesitate to leave only the minimum amount of soldiers and fleets to guard the planet. After all, the planet was one of the shields for the Fang's kingdom. If it fell, the one hurting the most would be him. In Felix's eyes, killing void creatures here or in a fallen planet were all the same. As long as he gets rid of void creatures, he was considered as doing his part for humanity. Let's see how much I have earned. Felix requested, Queen, please conclude the mission. Are you certain, Sir Felix? Queen AI informed, the moment you conclude it, your final score will be unchangeable. Yes. Felix confirmed. Upon hearing so, Queen brought out a holographic list before Felix and said, your mission has been finalized. Check your inventory for your earned void points and the mission leaderboard to see your position. Felix glanced at the list and couldn't help but smile wryly. // 1. Lance Squad, A rank, 1 member 2,145,391,001 VP. Click on the name for the full stats. 2. The Forgivers, S rank, 12 member 98,141 VP. Click on the name for the full stats. 3. The Sinners, S rank, 10 member 84,446 VP. Click. 4. Imagine Dragons, S rank, 9 member 78,119 VP. Click. 20. Void Makers, A rank, 10 member 8411 VP. Wiped out, // I should have probably concluded the mission after I reached the base. Felix massaged his temple, realizing that he messed up a little. His current location was extremely far from the Void base, which meant by the time he reaches there and cash out his points, the leaderboard would have already gone viral. Whatever, I am leaving the planet either way. Knock knock. Didn't I tell you not to bother me? The Fang said irritatedly while looking at his office's wooden door. Sir! This is big news! His assistant cried out from behind the door, showing a rich amount of emotion in his voice. Something that the Fang knew rarely happened. Come in. Did someone die? The Fang asked the moment his assistant entered his office. I wish. It will be simpler than this. Agitated, the assistant displayed a holographic list, showing the leaderboards of the malaria zone. The instant the Fang noticed Felix's name and his absurd score, his mouth went agape in utter disbelief. 2 million? Is this a prank? The Fang looked at his assistant with a widened eye, hoping that he would start laughing mockingly or something. Alas, his assistant seemed like his soul had been drained from him by the news, making the Fang understand that this was the real deal. Impossible. Just impossible. There must be a mistake in calculation. The Fang had spent too much time with void-related matter, he saw many freaky and outright mind-blowing things. Yet, he believed in them since they had some basis to support them. But this? The Fang would be a fool to believe that a single man, who was constantly monitored throughout the past month, would have hunted thousands of void creatures by himself. He wouldn't have believed it even if a squad pulled it off. From the leaderboard, the squads on them never reached even 100 KVP after spending more than 3 months hunting down void creatures. Yet, Felix gathered 2.2 million VP in a single month while under radar? Hell no! The Fang refused to believe it. The first thing he did was click on Felix's name, wanting to see all the stats. / lowborn void creatures killed, 890. Elite void creatures killed, 198. Compressors used, 6 / No, 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 no. Because the Queen kept tabs over everything, those stats were as real as they could get. Knowing this made it hard for the Fang to deny them even when his mind found it incomprehensible. What do we do, sir? The assistant asked with an agitated voice. Before he brought the news to the Fang, it had been already leaked in the network by the squads on the leaderboard. Right at this moment, a mayhem had been started in all social medias due to Felix's absurd score. If even the Fang reacted like he had seen God himself, it was to be expected the reaction of the public would be more intense. Get me Lance on the phone right this instant. The Fang ordered with a livid expression, not liking all the mysteries that Felix was hiding. He could excuse the suicide phenomena, but hunting more 1,000 void creatures all by himself? He could never allow Felix to walk away with such a secret that could affect the war to their favor. Ring ring. Before the assistant could call Felix, the Fang received a call to a meeting with his peers. The moment the call was connected, Hamaru asked with a stern voice, "Did you see the latest news?" "Yes." The Fang informed, "I was just about to call Lance personally to explain the situation." "Don't bother." Toby sighed, "I have just tried it and the call didn't connect. He must have blocked all communications. That son of a b*tch. Winfried snapped angrily, "He can't just go around doing what the hell he wants and leave us to handle the pressure from the public." Since they were the assembly members and Felix was part of the guild, anything he did would impact them as well. Whether positive or negative. The fact that they still couldn't even explain the suicide phenomena to the public over a month now already made them appear incompetent. They were saved by the rising conflict between them and Commander Samuel, since not a lot of people kept talking about the suicide phenomena. Before they could get a breather and focus on the conflict, Felix went ahead and dropped another unsolvable bomb on them. If they couldn't offer an explanation to this one as well, the public wouldn't treat them kindly. As for the treatment that Felix was receiving currently, it was mixed between the supporters and the haters. The supporters were curious about Felix's method to hunt so many void creatures alone, but they didn't grill him for it online. Instead, they celebrated his achievements and called him a new rising hero, who would turn the war around. Most of them were civilians in the Empire, who didn't give a shit about the details as they were just happy that the void creatures were slaughtered by him. On the other hand, the haters were the opposite as they grilled Felix on his method and kept pressuring him with tweets to make a conference and share his method. In their own words, his method could be the salvation to this war. If a single mercenary could achieve this much, imagine more people using his method? It wouldn't be far-fetched to call the war as half won. Most of them were mercenaries and high-ranked army officials. Unfortunately, no matter how much they clamor and try to pressure Felix, it was futile attempts. Felix had gone through much worse public backlash than this and came up on top every time. Since we can't contact him, we can only send someone to meet him. Hamaru suggested. I believe that he is returning to the base. Toby reasoned, since he has concluded his mission, he should be stopping his hunt and returning to cash out. My thoughts exactly. The Fang nodded his head. I will tell my Fae and Wolverine to block him in the base's lobby and question him in public. Smart. Winfried smirked. If he ignored us, the others will see that we are not at fault and that he is the one being uncooperative. The last thing the guild needed was to be cursed by the public for not being able to control one of their own. We can even expose the details of his army contract and show everyone that he is one of them. Toby proposed a better plan. This should help us in switching the blame to the army. Since Commander Samuel is the one writing the contract, he will be burnt the most by the public if he didn't give them an explanation. Haha, that's a good one. Winfried laughed. Commander Samuel already is treading on a thin line. By switching the blame to him, it will show to the public that he can't do anything right. This is a good strike for us. The Fang snickered, especially when the date of the meeting is fast approaching. It had been decided that Commander Samuel, the assembly members, officials of main headquarters of the Void Guild, and the leaders of the galaxy would be meeting in 7 days. Naturally, the meeting would be hosted in the UVR and streamed live for the public to spectate. Right now, everyone could see that Commander Samuel suffered from a terrible reputation and that keeping him in his position would be a truly foolish move by their leaders. Since the leaders had yet to show their stance on the matter, it was still up to debate what would happen in the meeting. The assembly members were going to make sure that when the meeting arrives, Commander Samuel's reputation would be at the bottom of the barrel. Contact your daughter and tell her to continue following him. Toby added, also to send all the recordings she had on him. If he won't tell us, then we need to figure out by ourselves. Hamaru supported his suggestion. It might seem like all they cared about was not taking any bad publicity from Felix's stunt, but in reality, they were the most interested in how he hunted so many void creatures without being noticed. They must possess such a secret at all cost for the sake of protecting their territories. After 3 days of non-stop journeying and hunting a pack or two on the way, Felix finally returned to the void base. He kept his helmet on and made sure that the glass wouldn't be seen through, so he would avoid getting spotted. He had seen the chaos that he started in the network with his score and knew that a lot of people had their eyes on him. The moment Felix stepped foot inside the lobby, he could feel that the atmosphere was extremely tense, unlike the first time arrived. The mercenaries and soldiers kept glaring at each other whenever they had eye contact. They already hated each other guts, and this conflict just further intensified that hatred. Even though most soldiers hated their commander and wanted him replaced, they felt that the guild attacking him was the same as attacking them whole. So, they could never be friendly with each other. Good thing I am leaving. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he walked to the elevators. He felt like a war could start between those two with a simple spark. He had no intentions to remain here and be part of it. Unfortunately, the guild wasn't planning on letting him walk away freely after causing all this mess on his own. Sir Lance. Sir Lance! Wait for me! Out of nowhere, Faye shouted cutely while chasing after Felix. Wolverine and their crew were following right behind her. Sir Lance! Is it him? Why is he wearing a helm? Was he trying to sneak by? It must be him. The silent crowd of mercenaries and soldiers all switched their focus from each other into Felix. When Felix noticed this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath, what an annoying b*tch. Sir Lance! I just want to congratulate you on your amazing harvest. Faye bowed her head respectfully at Felix in the middle of the lobby. Congratulations! Wolverine and the rest of their squad played along with Faye. They had been ordered by the Fang to make sure that Felix either answer their inquiries or walk away after doing so. Unfortunately for them, Felix didn't even give them enough time to ask him as the moment the elevator opened up, he turned around and entered it. You are not running away from me. Upon seeing so, Faye walked with quickened steps towards the elevator, wanting to stop him from leaving. Meanwhile, the mercenaries and soldiers glanced at each other for a split second before dashing towards the elevator, hoping to ride along with Felix. They knew that he was strong, but they didn't really worry about him harming them since he was bound by the rules just like everyone else. If it wasn't for so, Faye wouldn't be so bold after experiencing his monstrous strength. Too bad, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about what happened near the mercenary store, when Felix was bothered by a hulky. What a drag! Felix removed his helmet and stared at them indifferently. The moment they looked into his violet frigid triangle-like eyes, their bodies all stiffened up like an invisible hand had just grasped them tightly. Thud thud thud! Some of them lost their balance and fell into the ground while others remained static in a weird posture. Whatever it is, no one was moving or talking. Even Faye and Wolverine, the supposedly descendants of an origin bloodliner, were met with the same fate. The only difference was their ability to move their fingers and lips unlike the others. It can't be. Even Father has difficulty casting his spiritual level upon us. Horrified and shocked, Faye exclaimed in her mind while staring at Felix's cold eyes. She already knew that Felix could use a spiritual level since she watched a recording of what happened near the mercenary store. Yet, she was never worried about it due to her previous experience with her father. Now, she could only watch the elevator closes up on Felix without the ability to even speak. Ti ring. The moment elevator door closed up, everyone was freed from Felix's spiritual pressure, leaving them gasping for air with sweaty foreheads. Meanwhile, Felix wasn't having it easy as he felt like a sledgehammer was smashing his head. Warned you. J. Ramongandra said calmly, spiritual pressure shouldn't be used against those closer to you in the social ladder. Didn't think the backlash will be this harsh. Pained, Felix replied while messaging his temples. He had been taught all about spiritual pressure by the tenants in his mind the moment he felt like he could freeze someone with a single look. Spiritual pressure wasn't a gift to be messed about. Everyone was able to receive this gift as long as they could enhance their inherited potential to a defying level. For example, the entire human race as a species was born with a defined potential that placed them in a specific placement in the social ladder in the universe. Even if a prodigy was born and celebrated about to be the most gifted human in history, his defined potential was a tiny bit better than a commoner. Only after breaking through Origin Realm would a human enhance his defined potential significantly. That's because Origin Realm meant a new birth of another human species. So, Origin bloodliners were able to cast their spiritual pressure on other bloodliners and commoners. On the other hand, we have beings like Nemo, whose spiritual pressure was on a completely different level than almost everyone without even hatching from his egg. His strength might not be noteworthy, but his defined potential was just too extraordinary. He had inherited capabilities to reach the top from birth, unlike Felix, who had the potential to gain those capabilities in his journey and reach the top as well. Every time Felix improved himself by either integrating with a primogenitor bloodliner, getting a second perfect manipulation, merging with a devourer heart, etc. He was in fact enhancing both of his strength and his defined potential. Just like that, he slowly climbs up the social ladder of the universe and increase his spiritual pressure, making him able to cast it on those below him. This might seem simple and easy, but remember the extraordinary things that Felix had to do to achieve so. No other person of any race was capable of doing so, making it impossible for them to change their fate. As long as Felix kept taking advantage of those heavenly defying opportunities, his defined potential would keep increasing until he would be able to cast his spiritual pressure on origin bloodliners and other powerful entities. Ring. After the elevator opened up, Felix stopped massaging his temples and walked towards the mercenary store. Just like the first time, there was a long queue in front of it. This time, Felix didn't even bother to line up with them as he kept walking in direction of the store's desk. Before the mercenaries could open their mouths and curse him for skipping over the queue, they found themselves unable to open their lips or move an inch. Felix might struggle to cast his spiritual pressure on Faye and Wolverine, but for the rest, he wasn't affected negatively in the slightest. "Hello, give me everything on this list." Felix forwarded a small holographic list that was packed with a large quantity of items. "Welcome me back, Sir Lance." The clerk stuttered with a sweaty forehead as he bowed slightly. How could he not recognize Felix when the mercenaries were all frozen yet again just like a month ago? It's him. No wonder no one can move. Only he is capable of doing so. The moment the mercenaries heard him mention that name, they all stopped cursing him in their minds and began thinking of ways to get chummy with him. All of them had seen his gathered void points. No matter how much they talked shit to him in the network to expose his method, they were desperately hoping to join his squad. Right away. Knowing that Felix was quite an impatient man, he didn't dare to chit-chat with him and focused on the holographic list. A second later, his eyes widened in disbelief after seeing the crazy quantity requested. 50 kg of life negator. The hell? Is he planning to rob the place clean? The store clerk glanced at Felix's eyes and saw that he was dead serious. When he recalled that Felix possessed more than 2 million void points, the clerk didn't dare to ask if he could afford the price. He quickly requested the Queen to calculate the final sum and listened to her response. "Sir Lance, this will cost you 1.2 million void points more or less." The store clerk coughed and showed him the calculation done by the Queen, so he wouldn't fault him. "Okay." Felix paid the amount at once and gestured for the clerk to get him his stuff quickly. After the clerk went to the back of the store, Felix turned around and looked at the elevators, hoping that those two annoying brats would be scared of him after experiencing his spiritual pressure. If it was up to him, he would have slapped them unconscious ages ago. Alas, the contract he signed before entering the planet forced him to act chummy with everyone. Ring. Sigh, never once wanted to beat a girl so badly. Felix rubbed his eyelids wearily after seeing Faye's pretty face emerge from the elevator. "Lance! Stop abusing your spiritual pressure!" Faye yelled from afar, not daring to approach Felix after seeing the stiffened mercenaries behind him. "Your voice is really making me want to punch something." Felix replied softly while beaming 2 earbuds. He wore them casually in his ears and turned his back on her, not wanting to acknowledge her existence. If only he treats all girls like this. Asna smiled with a pleased expression. While she was pleased, Faye felt immensely humiliated by his treatment. Since the moment she met him, he was being nothing but an asshole to her. Still, she didn't let her emotions get the best of her and decided to conclude her mission. "I don't know why are you avoiding us?" Faye spoke out loud, so everyone could hear her. She didn't care that Felix acted deaf to her question as she continued her narration for the others. "The assembly members simply wants to learn your hunting method, so we can be as efficient as you." Upon hearing so, the mercenaries and soldiers' ears all perked up, eager to learn his secret as well. Any one of them would wish to have the ability to hunt 1,000 void creature alone in a month. Although most of them knew deep down that whatever Felix was doing wouldn't be possible by them, they still had a tiny hope of copying the method. Too bad, Felix didn't even hear her question as those earplugs were made out of nanobots as well. After waiting a couple of seconds and noticing that Felix planned to remain silent, Faye clicked her tongue in criticism and condemned him. It's not like we will be getting it for free. We are willing to pay a respectable amount for your information. Still nothing from Felix. He merely kept tapping his finger on the store's desk, waiting patiently for the clerk's return. By now, both the soldiers and mercenaries started to feel irked and displeased by his nonchalance to such a serious matter. They could see that the guild was trying its best to figure out his method and see if it could help them against the void invasion. If it was replicable, then it would be good news for all humanity. If not, then nothing much would change besides Felix hunting more void creatures than the rest. In their eyes, his refusal to share made it seem like his method could be used by others as well. He was hiding it to avoid having mercenaries and soldiers compete with him during his hunt. If everyone could kill 1,000 void creature on their own, then cleaning planets would be a job for 10 mercenaries at best. I guess Commander Samuel told you not to share it after you signed his contract. Faye spewed lies with a straight face after seeing that Felix wasn't listening. Commander Samuel. What does he have to do with Lance? Contract. There was a deal between those two. Clear confusion were written on everyone's faces after hearing her bring out Commander Samuel. Before some soldiers could jump out and denounce Faye for trying to make their commander appear bad, she created a big holographic contract that was called Army Consultant. This is what I am talking about. Faye stressed as she highlighted the crazy terms of the contract to everyone. Immediately after reading them, the soldiers and the mercenaries with their heads turned around couldn't help but take a deep cold breath in disbelief. Your reaction is logical, unlike this contract that offers Lance benefits of being a high-ranked official without being part of the chain command. Faye narrowed her eyes at the soldiers and pressed on her agenda. How does it make you feel to know that all your hard work over the years to climb the army ladder means absolutely nothing to Commander Samuel? Whenever he likes, he can simply push one to the top without experiencing the same hell you went through. The soldiers wanted to retort and tell her to stop spewing lies, since no one with a sane mind would offer such a contract. Yet, when they saw Commander Samuel's famous signature, they could only swallow those words back. It was simply impossible to fake a signature with the Queen supervising almost all contracts. This can't be real. I have been a sergeant for over 5 years now and in the army for more than 10 years. A middle-aged soldier removed his hat with bloodshot watery eyes as he stared at the term that forces sergeants and below to show proper respect to Felix like they met a general. He knew that he was just a weak 6th stage bloodliner unlike Felix, but this was the army, not the guild. In the army, everyone needed to climb the ladder with their splendid achievements. Yet, Felix skipped over all of that. The soldiers all felt a sense of betrayal from Commander Samuel, making their hearts burn from grievance. He really went mad. If that old fat F***ck isn't replaced, I will quit this shitty-ass job. Even the mercenaries were angered to see the benefits of that contract, since it made fun of their ranking system as well. They needed to kill and kill void creatures to increase their rank to receive more access and benefits. Felix had just received access that was available to only SS-ranked mercenaries and generals in his first month. He, this will do the trick. Faye laughed in enjoyment after seeing the heartbroken expressions and angered looks of everyone. Her mission could be considered as concluded. She had exposed the contract and framed Commander Samuel for being the one that making Felix keep quiet about his method. With the help of her squad, who were recording all this, the news would go viral in the network. Based on the soldiers' reaction, it was clear how the rest of the army would behave when they hear about the contract. The guild might have lost Felix, but they made sure to ruin his reputation with Commander Samuel. At least, that's what Faye and Wolverine believed. But in reality, Felix could have cared less about his reputation since he was using a fake identity. That's why he still didn't bother to turn around even when he could feel the soldiers glaring at him like he stole their wives or something. Sir Lance, here are your items. The store clerk handed Felix a spatial card with a bewildered look after seeing the giant holographic contract and the tense atmosphere. At last, Felix thanked him as he took the spatial card. Not wanting to remain here another second, Felix didn't even check his items before taking off towards the elevator. When Faye saw his cold eyes as he approached her, she gulped a mouthful and retreated to the side, not wanting to block him. In her eyes, he might not harm her now, but he could do so in the future if she pushed him too far. After all, the contract that was making her feel safe was active only on this planet. If even she was scared, don't even mention Wolverine and her squad mates. They opened the way for him to enter the elevator without Felix requiring to do anything. Just as the elevator was about to get closed shut, Felix glanced at Faye and smiled a little. In the far future, you will realize how laughable your actions were. Ti ring. What does he mean? Faye was left bewildered and a bit curious with his final words. As he said, she would realize what he meant when the time comes. For now, Faye got rid of his words and contacted her father, informing him that she succeeded in her mission. Good job. The Fang smiled in a sinister manner and said, it's time to prepare another media conference. Exposing the contract and sharing the recordings were only the start. The real deal was the Fang confirming it and letting the public know that the guild filed the motion for the sake of the army. In the other words, the army was always pressured by Commander Samuel to not disobey him. If not, how could they not file a motion to replace him even when he was clearly disrespecting the sacred army laws? While he was preparing for the media conference, Commander Samuel could be seen strapped by ropes like a pig above a hot furnace. The heat and the smoke was hitting his back, turning it scarlet red. Yet, he couldn't even scream due to having a gag in his mouth. Based on his erection, he wasn't complaining one bit by this treatment. The guild was pulling all stops to replace him. Meanwhile, he was enjoying his time with Mistress Candace, not giving a shit about anything they use on him. In his mind, as long as there was no candidate, he was unreplaceable. He has just summoned his spaceship to pick him up. Mistress Candace knitted her eyebrows. Why is he leaving already? Wasn't his aim to take advantage of his void powers to climb the ladder of the human race? He left without even asking for an achievement from the army after hunting that many cuties. Mistress Candace kept tapping her finger on her elbow as she stared at Commander Samuel absent-mindedly. She was trying her best to figure out Felix's plans, but nothing made sense so far. As long as she kept believing that he was an imitator instead of a human with void abilities, she would never figure out his agenda. The only way to really solve this was by simply paying a visit to Felix's personality in his dream. But, Mistress Candace was too playful and curious to ruin her fun with direct methods like those. So, she kept her eyes on him, waiting for his next move. If only she knew that he would be heading to a fallen planet, she would have taken her shot here and asked him personally. If only she knew. After Felix exited the void base under the glares of soldiers and envious looks of mercenaries, he found his aircraft already waiting to pick him up. He jumped inside, and the Queen took him to the dark deviant that was waiting for his arrival on the peak of the troposphere layer. In a few moments, the aircraft got admitted inside the spaceship and went to its designated parking lot. "Queen, take us away," Felix requested while changing his spacesuit into comfortable pajamas. Without needing to walk, the artificial symbiote created a chair underneath him and took him to his bedroom. Because of the clearance given to him, his spaceship wasn't stopped on its way out by the army. In less than a few minutes, the dark deviant was back in space and speeding far away from the Scarlet Planet. "Queen, give me a list of all the fallen planets," Felix requested after he logged into the UVR. Queen showed him thousands of planets from all sizes and colors listed with all of their details. Not a single one wasn't marked with a red X, stating that the planet was given up on. "Filter the recent ones." Queen did as she was told and got rid of more than 80% of planets from the list. Felix didn't want to head to planets that had been infested for tens of years, since it would be extremely difficult for his spaceship to make it through. In addition, the laws and elements of the planet would be almost gone, making it hard for him to adapt to the environment. The recent ones have fallen in the past years. Felix scratched his chin as he picked a planet and read its details. He found that the army had given this planet 100 years lifespan before its core would get absorbed by the void creatures as well. 100 years was really a short duration, since to completely devour an entire planet, millions of void creatures were required. Based on their calculations, the planet should be infested with more than 20 void creatures. Felix scrolled below and read its location. Then, he requested the Queen to calculate the distance between him and the planet and how long it would take to arrive there. "It will take less than 3 months at our fastest speed," Queen replied. "I see." Felix asked, "Is there any other fallen planet that is nearer?" "The nearest fallen planet is 2 months away," Queen answered and pinpointed the said planet on the list. After reading its details, Felix found out that it had been invaded a decade ago. Better stick with Gamera. Felix decided to return to his first choice even though it would take an extra month to reach it. "I will need some time to restart my integration anyway." Felix didn't want to arrive at a fallen planet with only his current set of abilities. He wanted to at least unlock 2 more passives and 2 more active abilities. Maybe, he would be given an ability that would fasten his absorption process or such. Queen, display the mission board and filter all missions beside the black ones, Felix requested. When the list emerged in front of him, Felix took a quick glance and saw that a black mission related to recovering planet Gamera was posted. The requirement was simply cleaning the planet from the void creatures. No matter what method used. The reward was split into 3 parts. Asterisk straight promotion to SSS and rank. Asterisk 10 million void points. Asterisk an official position on the main headquarters of the Void Guild. Nothing noteworthy. Felix was truly disappointed by the rewards. In the case of the rank, he would automatically reach to SSS and after his finishes with his incoming genocide. He had no use for the points since the items on the store weren't really that useful with his current strength. He already purchased everything he needed with only 1 million void points. Last but not least, the official position in the main headquarters. It might be the dream to the Fang or other political figures seeking higher positions in the guild's ladder, but for him? He really just wanted to hatch Nemo and focus on other matters. Let's see the army rewards. Felix smiled wryly, hopefully, they offer something useful. Felix switched to the army's website and went to search for rewards given to anyone able to recover fallen planets. After seeing that the reward was a straight promotion to a general position, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch in vexation. He could sense that the army simply placed the reward not as a motivation but to demotivate anyone trying to go for recovering a planet. That's because the army had already tried many times to achieve so and failed miserably. So, there was no need to send others to waste their resources on those wishful dreams. It was better to invest those resources in other planets that were under attack. Useless crap. Felix closed the website after accepting the black mission. He might be disappointed by the rewards, but he would never say no to freebies. Are you done? Thor stressed, you need to restart your training as fast as possible. I believe that you are ready to begin learning Psychic Shield. If you mastered it, it would help your mental defenses immensely. Before Felix could agree, Lady Sphinx mentioned calmly, today is my turn. I know that. Thor coughed, I am just saying. Lady Sphinx ignored him and informed Felix, meet me in my 4th lab. I will be teaching you today how to concoct a 5-star difficulty rank 3 potion of misery. On my way. Felix agreed at once, knowing that Lady Sphinx disliked leaving her waiting. So far, his potion concoction techniques were getting more refined after Lady Sphinx took the helm as his teacher. He had improved to the point he was able to concoct a 4-star rank 3 potions with a 30% success rate. It might sound little, but if any other witch knew that Felix could concoct almost all 4-star rank 3 potions with such percentage, they would die from envy. One shouldn't forget that witches usually pick 3 to 4 potions and spend their lifetimes mastering them to increase the percentage as high as possible. Felix clearly wasn't taking that road as he wanted to reach the same height as Lady Sphinx or even surpass her, when it comes to potion making. He wanted to create new recipes, concoct his own elemental potions, and be a full-fledged researcher in the art of potion making. This was going to be a long journey, but it would be totally worth it when he reaches the summit. A week later, the news about a new mercenary slaying over 1,000 void creatures alone in a single month had already gone viral galaxy-wide. This time, even the leaders paid attention to this piece of shocking information. They wanted to know if a special weapon was used or something like that. Unfortunately, neither Commander Samuel nor the assembly members managed to enlighten them. Everyone was just as ignorant as the other. Only now did the leaders realize how infuriating the contract that Felix had signed. No one could question him or threaten him with anything. He was bulletproof and Commander Samuel was responsible for it. Yet, no matter how many times they ask him, he always sends them recordings of Felix firing off Void Seekers. Recordings that were published by the assembly members to show that they were trying their best to investigate the matter, unlike Commander Samuel. By now, even the leaders were starting to get pissed off by Commander Samuel's antics since it affected them negatively as well. Still, it didn't matter if they disliked the guy or not. As long as there was no candidate to replace him, they could only swallow their displeasure and prepare to support him in the summit. Speaking about the summit, it would be occurring in the next hour or so inside the Guardian Empire Royal Palace. Right now, the outside of the assembly hall was already packed with reporters from every reputable media company in the galaxy. They were waiting patiently to be summoned inside this prestige hall. Some reporters were clearly excited and eager to participate in such a glorious summit. Meanwhile, the veteran reporters didn't seem to care really. They had attended many assemblies like those since it was hosted on monthly basis to discuss important matters related to the galaxy as a whole. It was almost like the previous United Nations of Earth. The only difference would be that the reporters were allowed inside only when there were matters that needed to be shared with the public. Just because it was a summit, it didn't mean that no classified issues were being dealt with inside. The summit was erected to deal mostly with external threats that affect the galaxy entirely. So the decisions made needed to be kept classified at all costs. It was impossible for any leader to leak what's discussed to the public since they had signed a strict contract that forbade them. Not a single leader dared to betray the galaxy since the punishment imposed was too gruesome. "Are you guys ready?" The Fang asked with a rigid tone as he looked at his peers. Hamaru, Toby, and Winfried nodded their heads with stern expressions as they stood together in the Fang's UVR office. All of them were wearing formal clothing, appearing like they were attending a wedding. "Let's nail this son of a b***tch. The Fang smiled coldly and then started to disintegrate into light particles. The others pressed the invitation link in front of them and teleported as well. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves sitting on their designated chairs in the assembly hall. Since they were leaders of the human race Void Guild's branch, it was only natural that they would have some authority in matters related to the galaxy. The 10 councilmen, the 2 emperors, and that dog have yet to arrive. The Fang noticed that the highest seats in the assembly had yet to be filled, unlike the other seats. He could see that more than 200 seats had been filled with authoritative figures from all parts of the galaxy. Each one appeared more unique than the other since almost every one of them was an origin bloodliner. The summit was only for authoritative backgrounds with at least one alive origin bloodliner. That's why many kingdoms and ragtag bloodline clans weren't included in the summit, such as the Alexander Kingdom. Their king was a mere peak 6th stage bloodliner. No matter how he called his territory and how many star systems they own, as long as they don't have an origin bloodliner in their ranks, they weren't considered as a real authoritative background. On the other hand, backgrounds with elderly origin bloodliners on the verge of death were able to send representatives. That's why Maganda Chief, Zazia Everglow, and Gabriel Lotus were attending the summit as well instead of their elders. They were sitting at the far corner of the assembly, making it clear that their placement in the galaxy's hierarchy wasn't too good. That's to be expected since their origin bloodliners were on their deathbed. The only reason they were still alive was because of them going through hibernation to save off every bit of energy. Meanwhile, the placement of the Mariana royal family was at the very top, towering over everyone. Even though its golden age had gone, and now it was infested with hundreds of kingdoms, its placement didn't change due to the number of origin bloodliners in their ranks. After a few minutes, the assembly hall was packed to the brim. All backgrounds had taken their seats, not daring to miss out the monthly summit. If they missed it and a decision was made that would mess up with their territory or businesses, they needed to be there to protest against it. After the hall was filled, only then did the 2 emperors and the 10 councilmen showed themselves. They teleported into their seats almost instantly. No one behaved abnormally to their sudden appearance since they were used to this informality. While the 10 councilmen were wearing a grey uniform that exuded gloominess and strictness, the 2 emperors wore glamorous royal golden robes and crowns. Yet, all of them gave off an authoritative pressure that would make it hard for commoners to stare at them in the eyes or even breathe out loud. "Where is Commander Samuel?" Emperor Charles inquired softly after seeing that the seat next to him was still empty. He was the current emperor of the Guardian Empire. At least that's what the public assumed. But in reality, Commander Samuel was the one ruling the empire. After all, he had full control over the galactical army, making him the real lifeline of the empire instead of the royal family. Right now, they were nothing more than figureheads of monarchy and legacy of the empire. He dares be late even when he is the main subject of today's summit. A tiny man with bronze fur and rat-like features growled in displeasure. "Easy there, 7th councilman." A delicate girl with eyes closed shut and 2 crystallized antennas on top of her head spoke with a brittle voice. Her pale skin seemed to glimmer whenever light reflected on her, making her seem otherworldly. "It doesn't matter if he arrived now or later." She smiled gently, "as long as he is there when we deal with his issue." "Tisk, you are always too nice to assholes like them, 2nd councilwoman." The 7th councilman clicked his tongue in irritation and remained quiet after, joining the others in their silence. "Who wants to honor us with his voice this evening?" 2nd councilwoman asked faintly as she titled her head at her peers. Upon hearing so, all councilmen either lowered their heads or stared in different direction, clearly not wanting to deal with the hassle of hosting the summit. "How about you emperors? I hosted 2 months ago." Emperor Charles rejected politely. "I pass." Meanwhile, Emperor Raval of the Mariana Empire merely waved his hand indifferently at her. He didn't even bother to turn his head, which was quite disrespectful behavior to another origin bloodliner. Yet, the 2nd councilwoman seemed used to his haughty treatment and didn't react much. "Bunch of lazy old geezers." 2nd councilwoman sighed as she stood up. "I guess I will be hosting it again." She climbed the steps of a podium that gave her a clear vision of everyone participating in this summit. Then, she smiled politely and greeted, "Good morning my friends. Today, we will be kicking off another monthly summit and hopefully, it will be just as successful as the previous ones." Everyone started to applaud vigorously, delighted that 2nd councilwoman would be hosting the summit. Unlike the others on top, she was the only approachable figure in the upper echelon. She never puts airs and responds to everyone's inquiries. She treated commoners, bloodliners, and authoritative figures all the same, making her well liked by all. Adding the fact that she was as cute as an angel made it easy for anyone to drop their guards near her and be themselves. That's why she was nicknamed by the network as Miss Buttercup. Let us begin with the first issue on the agenda. Miss Buttercup pressed a button on the podium and 5 men got summoned in front of stands like the ones in courts. All of them looked somber and disheartened. "Introduce yourselves and make your case," Miss Buttercup requested. One of the men turned around to look at everyone and introduced, "We are the Galactical Association of Explorers. We handle all matters related to either hunting undiscovered galaxies, ancient ruins explorations, locating new mines, etc. In the past years, we have noticed a massive spike in crews getting wiped out during their explorations." The association leader brought out a holographic screen that showed a graph and read it, "As you can see, from 10 years and before, the death of exploration crews isn't alarming at all. We lose tens of exploration crews at best. He pointed his finger at a red arrow that suddenly spiked at 60 degrees and said, out of nowhere, exploration crews began getting wiped out on the majority of their missions. Even T1 missions that should be doable by the least experienced crew. The leaders below began to chat with each other after they recalled that they had also lost many of their exploration squads as well over the past years. They didn't think too much of it since they had more important issues to handle. Plus, the death of exploration crews wasn't really that strange. After all, ancient ruins were filled with mysteries and no one really knows what would happen inside. But after the data got gathered like this, and they realized that it wasn't just them, they could smell a conspiracy. Before their chatter could get even louder, the association leader raised his tone and continued on, after a thorough investigation, we are finally confident to point our fingers at the culprit, or in this case, an entire race of culprits. He said so while replacing the graph from his screen with an image of slimes. Slimes? Is this a joke? Those slaves can't even harm a fly, nevertheless harm veteran bloodliners. Everyone was shocked by the reveal. They expected an organization in the shadow, hunting down all exploration crews and taking their loots or something like that. Instead, they were given slimes, one of the weaklings of the universe. Believe me, we also thought that it was impossible, but, after hearing this recording of a fallen explorer, we were left with no choice but to suspect them. The association leader sighed and played a recording on the screen. The recording was a confession of a man, who was in his dying breath, buried deep down under rubble of a pistachio green rocks. Cough, we have been betrayed by the newest addition to our crew, Mocha. He is a slime that we bought to scout the ruins for us, but the F***er activated a trap willingly without us knowing about it. I know for a fact that he did it on purpose since he smiled at me deviously before I got buried under this rubble of this weird energy-absorbing rocks. I don't know how he managed to betray us like this while the slave contract was active. I hope that the association figure it out to warn other exploration CRE. Rumble rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, an earthquake occurred, resulting in the shift of the rubble. Because he was buried underneath and was completely spent, he could only embrace his death by getting squashed between those moving boulders. After that, the screen went black and everyone glanced at each other with stern expressions. No one would disbelieve the words of a dying man. His warning helped us get a target for our investigations. After watching recordings of many other explorers who gave their permission, we realized that they all got wiped out by traps. The association leader mentioned with a heavy tone, majority of them were either activated by slimes or the others after the slimes failed to warn them. Upon hearing so, the leaders were left mostly confused than angered. They could see that it was an organized movement by the slimes. But, how exactly did they achieve so? They all thought. They knew that it was impossible for them to have any thoughts of betrayal in their minds since the Queen would either deliver punishment instantly or relay their words to their owner. It was only natural to assume that it was close to impossible to betray someone without thinking about it just once. When the association leader saw their confusion, he enlightened them with the answer, knowing that it was impossible to break Queen's AI contracts made us seek answers from slimes experts. Their theory was that the slimes that betrayed the exploration crews were just copies. The association leader disclosed. Copies. Makes sense. Slimes are able to make copies with wisps of their consciousness, making them able to use them as suicide bombers. So, you are telling me that slimes allow their copies to get caught and sold in auctions to hunt down exploration crews? Chatter started yet again in the assembly hall. Everyone knew that slimes were able to copy themselves. Yet, they didn't expect that this trait would be used in such a manner. The slimes actually willingly put their copies in the open, so they could wipe out anyone who purchased them. They literally turned themselves into suicide bombers to make sure that anyone who want their services better be ready for a world of pain. We, the Association of Explorers, beseech the leaders to seek an explanation from the Slime Nation. The association leader voiced his plea, this is an organized attack against the human race by the Slime Nation. It was understandable to see it from this perspective. After all, thousands of exploration crews had met their fate at the hands of their own slimes. Clearly, it wasn't over yet. In their eyes, this was a secret racial war that needed to be dealt with swiftly lest all slime slaves start rebelling as well. That's what the Association of Explorers were afraid to of. Not the fact that copies were killing the exploration crews, but their patriotic acts affecting the real slave slimes. The ones who would die immediately after having a single thought of betrayal. If they were influenced by those copies to also betray their crews and die in the process, then the slimes would be like time bombs. No one would dare to buy one even if they made sure that the slime purchased wasn't a copy. Since those crews needed slimes for scouting, if they betrayed them while deep inside an ancient ruins, they were f***ed. The leaders were smart enough to figure this out on their own, making them understand that the situation wasn't pleasant at all. Slimes are important assets in exploration missions. If we lose them, our exploration success rates will crash down almost immediately. The association leader concluded his case with one final plea: please help us solve this issue. Thank you for bringing this matter to light. Miss Buttercup smiled gently at the association leader and said, you can leave now. You will hear from us soon. The association leader and his men nodded their heads in appreciation and teleported away. So, what do you guys think? Miss Buttercup asked everyone. Instead of everyone giving off their opinions at the same time and creating a ruckus, they all remained quiet and pressed a button in front of them. The first one to press it was given permission to speak by Queen AI. I believe that we should make a contact with the Slime Nation. A bloodline clan leader stood up as he offered his own take on the matter. We are not giving them a hefty amount of resources annually to receive future suicide bombers. Most of the leaders nodded their heads in approval. It might seem like the Slime Nation was starting a hidden war, but in reality, the leaders knew that was far from the truth. The royal family of Slime Nation was the one helping all interested parties to enslave their own people. That's because it was their greatest way of revenue outside cheap labor. Imagine how much they earn on a yearly basis after trafficking millions of their own kind to other races. So, the leaders believed that all of this was the doing of a secret terrorist organization, who wants to free slimes from their slavery by creating intimidation. Anyone else wants to share a different opinion? Miss Buttercup asked. This time not a lot of leaders pressed on the button since most of them agreed with the bloodline clan leader. We need to check if all exploration crews over the universe has been affected by this terrorist organization, or was it just us? Maganda Chief proposed calmly after being picked. The leaders nodded their heads in acknowledgement. This question would offer them many intel about this terrorist organization. Such as, if it was big enough to affect other races at the same time, were the human race their first target or not, etc. After Maganda Chief shared his opinion, a few more leaders followed and gave off their own take on the matter. Some were good and some were just useless. Yet, that didn't stop anyone from continuing this discussion until they finally voted on the decisions that would be made. There were many decisions taken. Such as, sending out a galactical warning to everyone about the existence of fake slime copies. So, everyone would be wary of slimes. From breeders, traffickers, auction houses, and explorers. All of those decisions were against the slimes. Not a single one was to support the cause of freeing the slimes from slavery. How could they do so when they were benefiting from the slime's services for years and years? Alright, this matter is concluded for now. We will share updates in the next summits if we have them. Miss Buttercup clapped her hands twice and said, next case will be about everyone's favorite criminals, space pirates. 2 hours later. The summit had reached its last stretch after more than 5 subjects had been dealt with properly. The only issue that wasn't mentioned yet was the replacement of Commander Samuel. Everyone seemed quite irked since Commander Samuel had yet to show up. Ha ha ha, he has really lost his mind. The Fang laughed in delight as he heard the nasty comments of the leaders near him directed at Commander Samuel's absence. If they don't replace him after this, then there is no hope in him getting replaced ever. Toby thought to himself. Commander Samuel was showing such a blatant disrespect to everyone attending this summit with his absence. The fact that they hold his fate in their hands just made it even worse. Second councilwoman, delay a little more. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Miss Buttercup smiled and walked back to her seat. However, just as she wanted to sit down, she noticed a flash of light to her left side. She turned around with the others and saw Commander Samuel smoking a cigar while wearing his formal military outfit. He was sitting cosily like he didn't just almost miss out on the most important day of his life. Good afternoon everyone. I am sorry for being late. Commander Samuel apologized with a sincere smile. I have just received news of a new portal opening up, and I needed to deal with it. Upon hearing so, the councilmen and the emperors couldn't find fault in his tardiness anymore. It didn't matter if he lied or told the truth. Critical matters related to void invasion should always be placed as a priority for the great commander of the army. Thank you for your service, Commander. Miss Buttercup smiled politely and returned to the podium. Then, she explained to the assembly members the reason of Commander Samuel's tardiness and requested them to pardon him. The leaders could only swallow their annoyance after hearing his excuse. Let us begin with the main case of today's summit. Miss Buttercup gestured with her hand at Commander Samuel and the 4 assembly members. Almost immediately, they got teleported into the stands in the air, so they could be seen by all. As we promised the public, this case would be watched live. Miss Buttercup clapped her hands and all the reporters waiting outside were summoned into their own designated area. Without wasting a split second, all the reporters pointed their cameras and AP bracelets at the stands and kicked off the live streams. They were already packed with tens of billions of people, waiting patiently for the screen to light up. Guild leaders. Miss Buttercup permitted with a faint smile, please make your case. A decision has been made. Miss Buttercup extended her hand to Commander Samuel and announced, he will retain his position, but he will be placed under close probation. Tisk, as expected. Felix closed off the stream after watching the meeting ends on such a disappointing note. He tuned in to watch from the start to the end since he also wanted Commander Samuel to piss off. In his previous life, he was the reason why so many portals emerged throughout the Guardian Empire until it was nigh impossible to control the invasions. He had seen the guild fight viciously for their case by offering many proofs of Commander Samuel's incompetence. They even brought Felix's name in the contract. In addition, they promoted General Aztec for the replacement after naming all of his splendid achievements over the years. Unfortunately, they had no idea that General Aztec was affiliated with the Bardo Empire. There was no way in hell, the Guardian Empire and the Mariana Empire would approve of him. On the other hand, Commander Samuel merely apologized once and said that he would do better in the future. That's all it took for the top leaders to quickly vote against his replacement, forcing all of their allies to do the same. They ended up having the majority of votes and finalized their decision. Because of the frenzied reaction of the public against their decision, they decided to place Commander Samuel under close probation. It did alleviate some anger, but it wasn't enough to satisfy the public. The only thing that could do so was getting rid of him. Though the summit ended up on a bad note, there was some good to it. That was the top 3 superpowers coming into agreement to cultivate an autonomous candidate to replace Commander Samuel. They realized from his demeanor that Commander Samuel was going to screw up badly in the near future, and they had no intentions to clear up his mess again. In their eyes, he was a lost cause, and it was time to get rid of him. Unbeknownst of their secret decision, Commander Samuel returned to Mistress Candace's embrace, not caring about anything in the world. Meanwhile, the assembly members couldn't be more devastated by the decision. They brought many materials against Commander Samuel that should have been more than enough to put him as far as possible from the army. Yet, they didn't affect even one of the 3 superpowers. This made them understand that Commander Samuel was untouchable and that all of their efforts were laughable in his eyes. What's worse, the invited officials of the Void Guild headquarters didn't protest against the decision. They were satisfied with the close probation and besought the assembly members to play along for now. The officials could see that the three superpowers were hell-bent on keeping him, and they didn't want to get the main branch into a struggle with them over this. Right now, the assembly members stopped moping over spilled milk and focused on doubling down their protection of their territories. They knew that Commander Samuel was going to wait a while until things cooled down before coming after them. With this, the brewing conflict between the guild and the army got settled for now. The only good thing resulted from this conflict would be the atmosphere between the mercenaries and soldiers getting a bit friendlier. That's because both of them hated Commander Samuel to the bone and want him gone as fast as possible. The contract really did some nasty damage to Commander Samuel's falling reputation in the army. 3 months later. In the chilling darkness of space, the dark deviant spaceship cruised slowly towards a small-sized planet. It was impossible to see the planet troposphere since it was covered entirely with thunderclouds. "Easy there," Felix murmured as he stared at the planet from the spaceship's cockpit. He didn't want to increase the speed to avoid getting noticed by void creatures. They may not be visible, but he knew that millions of them were down there, devouring the planet to its core. In a few minutes, the spaceship penetrated the atmosphere and the thick thunderclouds. The moment it emerged outside them, Felix was creeped out by the horrific image before him. The entire ground was painted pitch black like it was a wormhole, leading to nothingness. If it wasn't for the void creatures' heads and limbs moving all around like little insects gathered tightly, anyone would be left confused by the sight. "You will dive right there." Asna felt goosebumps course on her skin after imagining Felix getting embraced by the sea of void creatures. "I am getting used to it by now," Felix replied as he unfastened his seatbelts. The spaceship had been stopped by the Queen immediately after escaping the thunderclouds. "Queen, hid the spaceship within the clouds after I leave," Felix requested while getting naked. "As you command." After hearing her confirmation, he removed all 4 bracelets and placed them on his seat. He had already discussed with Asna and the rest that he wouldn't wear any AP bracelet after he starts the absorption. That's because he would be wasting time repairing them after they get damaged by the void energy. This meant only Lady Sphinx would still be able to log into the UVR. The others would need to stay in his consciousness space until he hatches Nemo. Both Thor and Ramongandra were fine by his decision since they were used to spending time in his consciousness space anyway. On the other hand, Asna didn't even protest since she would be spending almost the majority of her time absorbing the energy and feeding it to Nemo. She couldn't do it carelessly since the little glutton had a limit to how much he could take every day. Because none of them had signed any contract that required them to keep their consciousness connected with Queen AI, Felix didn't need to worry about the Queen sending alliance forces to hunt him down. On the other hand, he had signed the SG contract, which forced him to not remove his AP bracelet for more than 2 hours. However, Felix had a way to go around this. "Queen, I want to use a wish to remove the 2 hours penalty of my SG contract temporarily," Felix requested. "You currently possess 3 wishes," Queen informed. "If you used one, you can remove the penalty for 6 months. If you used them both, you can remove it for over a year. Use one." "Are you certain?" "Yes." Upon receiving his confirmation, Queen AI took a wish from his inventory and notified him that the penalty had been disabled. "God bless those wishes." Felix grinned as he walked away from his AP bracelet. He always kept a few wishes in his pockets for scenarios like those. He would never use them to wish for materials, potions, or treasures. Those were obtainable assets unlike disabling penalties, voiding entire contracts, creating new identities or such. Only wishes had such powers since it required the Queen and SG Alliance approval. The reason he wished for only 6 months was because he had no idea how long it would take for Nemo to hatch. He didn't want to waste a second wish to add duration just to end up not needing it in the first place. After a short while, Felix reached one of the gates of his spaceship. He opened it up and got slammed immediately by a strong gale of wind. Rumble rumble. Thunderclaps kept booming around him as he stood below the storm. The bursts of light showed Felix's nude skin gleaming like a mirror. This was due to him coating himself in the life negator dust. Without it, his spaceship would have been attacked before it could enter the Gamera's atmosphere due to his life signal attracting the void creatures. Let's hope this won't take too long. Felix wished as he summoned two dark purplish blasts from his palms and shot them at the massive pitch-black blob. Before it reached them, Felix jumped from his spaceship and dove after it, making him get struck once or twice by thick lightning arcs. Alas, they did nothing but boost his speed towards the army of void creatures. Poof poof. Almost soundless, the two blasts penetrated through tens of low-born void creatures and kept sinking within the pitch-black blob non-stop. The moment Felix felt like it was deep enough, he snapped his finger midair with his eyes closed shut. A split second later, he opened them after sensing warmness all over his body. When he looked around him, he realized that the size of the blob had reached more than 100 kilometers underground. Since he noticed that its surface spanned over hundreds of kilometers, Felix couldn't even fathom how many void creatures were making this blob. No wonder it's impossible to recover fallen planets. Felix sighed, there is no weapon able to blow up this humongous blob without destroying the planet in the process. It's not like there was no cosmic weapon able to blow even planets. The metal race, dwarves, and a few more races owned such a horrifying weaponry. Even humans were able to invent one since their weapons engineering wasn't to be joked about. However, they would never use them on fallen planets right from the start since they wanted to keep void creatures occupied. Each fallen planet helps them contain tens of millions of void creatures for over hundreds of years. Only when a planet reaches its final years would the army use a planet destroyer weapon to get rid of those void creatures at once. Asna, let's get this over with. Felix said as he closed his eyes shut, wanting to join them in the consciousness space. All of you will be lazing around except for me. Asna grumbled as she watched Felix join Thor and Hormungandr on their table. Stop whining, Nemo eats only for a few minutes before going to sleep. Felix retorted as he dealt poker cards to his masters. Even Lady Sphinx decided to join them. You can't be wasting half a year doing nothing but playing cards. Lady Sphinx looked at Felix as she suggested, I will be giving you books to read only daily basis. You are still lacking when it comes to knowledge about potion making. Will do. Felix agreed. He recognized that he rarely spent time expanding his horizons on potion-making knowledge due to his rigid time management. After all, he had 3 masters to accommodate. Now that he would be doing nothing but sleeping inside a giant blob of void energy, it was the best chance to devour as much knowledge as possible. Meanwhile, Nemo was on cloud 9 as he kept rolling on the lake with his tongue stretched out like a puppy. A flood of potent pure void energy kept pouring into his stomach, making him feel blessed. It had been over 2 months since he tasted void energy again. The void chests had been already finished by him, making him go through a drought. That made him throw a tantrum that lasted for 2 seconds. One smack by Asna allowed him to remember that he wasn't entitled to anything in this consciousness space. This kind of disciple was integrated in his being now. So, when he hatches from the egg, he would be fearful of Asna subconsciously even though his spiritual pressure was enough to blow Felix into pieces. In the royal palace of the Mariana Empire, Prince Balin and Princess Alma could be seen walking elegantly towards a magnificent crystallized gate that was decorated with a dragon head made out of red gems. Has father arrived? Prince Balin asked one of the guards in front of the gate. The guard bowed his head as he replied, Not yet, Your Highness. How about the rest? Princess Alma inquired. I believe everyone has arrived but the Queen. Typical behavior of that WH*re. Princess Alma spat in her mind while still showing a courteous expression on the outside. Brother, should we go in now? Princess Alma complained, I don't want to make her feel good by being the last to arrive. Haha, don't be so petty sis. Prince Balin pushed the gate with a single hand and walked right through it, such childish behaviors are noticeable by father. I am not being a child. Princess Alma pouted and followed after him. Good morning everyone. Prince Balan greeted politely as he looked at his brothers, sisters, concubines, governors, generals, and all the important figures of the Mariana Empire. All of them were sitting on chairs that were placed at the sides of a glamorous hall. At the center, the hall was empty and had only a long red carpet that was leading towards a crystallized throne. It was made out of golden gems that gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Anyone looking at it would wonder if it was comfortable to sit on it since it had no pillow or cushion. It was literally just a seat sculpted out of gems. Morning little brother. A savvy youthful man with a luxurious piercing on his nose snickered while sitting on his chair inappropriately. Everyone else sat in a formal manner and nodded their heads at the royal twins without a change of expression. Hope you slept well, fourth brother. Prince Balan wished with his usual polite smile and went to sit down. Princess Alma followed after him without looking at the savvy young man, knowing that if she did, she might end up cursing his mother. Upon seeing that both of them started ignoring him, the savvy young man sneered in his mind, keeping acting like you matter. F***ing losers with shitty bloodline purity. In royal families, bloodline purity was everything. No one cared about seniority, talent, or such. Only bloodline purity, the higher it was, the higher your position would be in the family. Prince Balan and Princess Alma had the lowest purity due to being born from a commoner woman, who possessed an unnatural beauty that charmed the emperor. In royal tradition, the emperor must not waste his seeds on commoners when he could offer them to his queen, who was also an origin bloodliner. If he wanted to change, he had a harem of concubines made out of the main descendants of other origin bloodliners. All of this to give birth to fine men and women with high purity to separate them from the other humans, who use the bloodline integration system. Those descendants inherit up to 12 abilities based on their bloodline purity and the mixture of bloodlines from both parents. They only needed to grow into adults to unlock those abilities without putting a single needle on their skin. However, since they had given up completely on the integration system, they could not reach origin realm. This was a win to the believers of the integration system. In their eyes, they might not make the breakthrough since it was a life or death one chance, at least they had such a chance unlike the pure descendants. Prince Balam and Princess Alma were the only ones in the royal family, who uses the integration system since their bloodline purity was a joke. So, it was to be expected that the royal family would isolate them and make them feel like they were outsiders. Through the mocking glances and disgusted looks from his brothers and sisters, Prince Balam kept a polite smile as he stared at the crystallized gate. Abruptly, the gate was pushed open by two guards wearing an ancient knight armor made out of glistening white metal. Yet, no one paid attention to them, their eyes were affixed on an elderly man in the center, who was followed by a breathtaking woman. White, oily hair gently hung over a skinny but dignified face. Glistening hexagon-shaped grey eyes, set lightly within their sockets as they watched thoughtfully over the throne in front of him. Fair skin gorgeously complemented his eyes and left a delightful memory of his fortunate destiny. This was the face of Emperor Raval Norfolk. A true challenger among humans. He stood high among others, despite his current light frame. There was something captivating about him, perhaps it was his royal presence, or perhaps it was his fortunate past. But nonetheless, everyone in the hall took a knee and greeted out loud in veneration, "Good day, Your Majesty, the one and only Emperor of the Mariana Empire. Settle down already. I have told you many times I dislike that pretentious greeting. Does my authority mean nothing to you?" Emperor Raval joked as he gestured with his hand for them to sit down. Everyone chuckled and sat down, knowing that he always say the same thing, but in reality, he loved having his ego get caressed at any occasion. "Commander Haid, did you finish your preparation?" Emperor Raval inquired with a serious tone the moment his butt touched the smooth surface of the throne. "Almost over, Your Majesty." A long-faced man with bony bat-like wings responded respectfully. His cheeks were sunken in, and he didn't have a pupil, making him quite scary to look at. He wore a white military outfit and had many medals on its chest, showing off all of his achievements. He might not seem like it, but he was an origin bloodliner as well. One of the strong ones in that matter. Good. Although it's not how I perfectly wanted it to be, but we all know that fate doesn't work that way. Emperor Raval said so as he stared in the eyes of his most trusted people, the core of the empire. All of them held their breaths, knowing what was about to come. It's time to shake some things up in this rotten land. Emperor Raval sneered faintly as he announced, tomorrow morning, we will be declaring war on those 3 maggots, who are planning to overtake the royal family for years now. At last. I have sharpened my spear long ago. I really hope they don't reject it. The throne chamber exploded into cheers as everyone seemed excited by the announcement. The only ones shocked by it were the guards, who had no idea that the royal family would declare a war willingly. As for the royalty, they knew about the anti-royalty alliance and their preparation to overthrow them years ago. The only reason they didn't do anything about it was because of Emperor Raval. He wanted to keep it under lids as much as possible until the anti-royalty alliance recruit more kingdoms into their cause and make their move. That would help them in taking down multiple targets at the same time. This was exactly what happened in Felix's previous life, 14 years from now. Unfortunately, because he created the Phantom Organization and allied with them, Emperor Raval was left with no choice but to make the first move. Especially, when he saw how mysterious the Phantom Organization and how strong Felix was getting. In his mind, if he gave them more time, the organization might help the anti-royalty alliance in getting more abnormal bloodliners like Felix. So, for the past few years he was preparing to launch a preemptive attack that was going to shake the galaxy from its core. The next morning, the civilians in the Mariana Empire woke up just like always, the kids ate breakfast and went to school, the adults drank a cup of coffee or tea and went to their jobs, the unemployed were still sleeping like pigs, planning to wake up in the afternoon. Before everyone could get used to their daily routine, a bombshell had been dropped into their media feed, forcing them to stop whatever they were doing and stare at the news with a widened eye. The Norfolk royal family has declared war on Maganda tribe, Everglow Kingdom, and the Sanctum Federation. The title of the article was written in bold letters to magnify the revelation of the news. The first reaction everyone had was shock, then disbelief, and finally denial of the truthiness of the news. Almost everyone gave off a hollow laugh as they clicked on the article, wanting to see who was seeking death to spread such an idiotic rumor. However, after reading article content that was filled with quotes from the supposed declaration of war letter, it suddenly started to feel too real to be a joke. The final nail in the coffin was an active link to the source of the quotes. Everyone who clicked on it was taken to the real letter posted by royal family in their website. It couldn't be more real than this. Am I tripping or something? Is there really going to be a war? A Freya * King war? This can't be happening, right? There is no reason for the royal family to declare a war on those 3 superpowers. I never heard a whiff of conflict between them. God damn it. I just signed up to be a soldier for Everglow Kingdom to get a F***ing pension. You guys are panicking for no reason. The SG Alliance isn't going to approve their declaration unless they provide a solid reason. Agreed, we never heard of any sort of big problem arising between those superpowers in the Empire. Phew, that's relieving to hear, though, I do wonder why did they declare it. The network in the galaxy was flipped upside down by the news as it traveled to every nook and cranny in no time. A war was almost a foreign concept to current generations living in the galaxy. The latest war occurring was between 2 kingdoms in the Mariana Empire, fighting over the borders of their territories. It happened tens of thousands of years ago, and it ended quite fast since both kingdoms weren't really that strong. On the other hand, this was the real deal. An actual war between superpowers, who ruled big patches of the empire and owned the strongest armies on it. A war of such a magnitude was going to attract even the attention of other races. While the public was freaking out, it could never amount to the intense reaction of anti-royalty alliance members. How did they find out? Maganda Chief roared with veins popping on his forehead as he slammed his palm on the meeting table. His bloodshot eyes would make anyone understand that he shouldn't be crossed at this moment. How can we know? Zazia massaged her eyelids as she replied with a suppressed tone. She might seem calm, but in reality, she was merely trying her best to contain her boiling rage. Gabriel, Barry, and Roka all had livid expressions as they stared at the declaration of war against them. All of them were either sound asleep or managing their kingdoms before they were all notified personally by the Queen AI of the declaration. They couldn't believe it at the start since it really came out of nowhere. However, after contacting their peers and realizing that everyone was notified, they knew that they had been exposed. Someone must have talked. Maganda Chief eyed each of them with a resentful look. He was clearly suspecting one of them, or at least their subordinates or people in their inner circle. Old Eagle, I know that you are pissed, but don't let anger cloud your judgment in such a critical moment. Zazia advised. She is right. Gabriel tightened his fists as he replied, it's impossible for one of us to betray the alliance. Our contract is more than secure. Plus, our elders are the real leaders of our kingdoms. We have nothing to earn by switching sides. Phew. Maganda Chief let out a long breath through his nostrils to calm his agitation. He knew that it was foolish to suspect them, since the moment they have a single thought of betrayal, Queen AI would inform all of them. As for their subordinates, they were all trustworthy slaves who signed even stricter contracts. So, it was almost impossible for the leak to be from their side. If it's not from us, then from WHE. Before Maganda Chief could finish, his eyes widened in shock after recalling a third party that knew about their hidden agenda. The Phantom Organization. Maganda Chief shouted, it must be them. Zazia and the others jumped from their seats after remembering their meeting with the organization's leader during their negotiation. He showed them that he already knew about their goal to overthrow the royal family without telling them exactly how he did it. At that time, it seemed like the organization didn't care much about their conflict with the royal family. After all, the leader told them bluntly that the purpose of the organization was to create a path for the human race to surpass other races and remove the stigma of a weaker race. Could it really be them? Zazia wondered. We added a clause in our alliance contract to keep that intel with them. The leader seemed unbothered by it. Who knows? We are not like friends with them. Barry knitted his eyebrows. Our contract clause can be overcome somehow if they tried their best. Right now, they are the only variable that could cause such a scene. Zazia said, either that or our alliance has been exposed during our elders' generation before we were born. The Anti-Royalty Alliance was in fact founded by their elders thousands of years ago when the golden age of the empire began to wane. From that point of time to now, the alliance and its goal was kept a secret. After their elders went into hibernation to minimize energy lost, they took the leadership and carried on their planning from where they left. Let's contact the organization's leader first before we take this disastrous news to our elders. Gabriel suggested with a fearful look. He knew that his grandfather wasn't going to be pleased by their catastrophic failure and would punish him for it thoroughly. The same applies to the other elders. It was better to find a scapegoat to handle their fury. Unfortunately, they called and called, yet no one responded. They sent emails, still, no reply. Mother ***. Try their dog Felix. Gabriel urged with an ugly expression. Too bad, even Felix went deaf on them. FCK. Why are they avoiding us when the news of the war went viral? Barry yelled, it's impossible for them not to see it and think that we might suspect them. They should have contacted us to clear suspicion of them. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was scratching his ass cheeks while chilling inside the void blob, not having a single clue that the empire was about to flip upside down. He really took off his AP bracelet at the worst time. ***ck it, I will tell my elder that it was them. Ruka cursed. He was a man of a few words and always kept his opinions to himself. But when it came to dealing with his elder, he was just as terrified as his peers. The only one unafraid was Zazia, since she was an origin bloodliner just like her uncle. She knew that he would scold her, but that was it. All right, let's group up again with our elders to deal with this matter officially, Zazia said, and then logged out. The others followed after her, not wanting to discuss the war without their elders, since everything would be for naught without their approval. After everyone logged out, Maganda chief fixed his attires and walked with fastened steps towards the elevator. However, he ended up intercepted by Princess Bird and the rest of the royal family. Father! What's going on? Princess Bird spoke with a nervous tone. Are we really going to war? Not now, Elisa. Maganda chief rushed past her, not having time to explain everything to his family. But he will talk to us when he is ready, little bird. Before Princess Bird could speak, she was held by a gorgeous mature blonde woman, who was wearing a dress made out of white leaves and flowers. She had a wooden tiara on her head that was donned with brilliant gems. Mom! Princess Bird could only listen to her mother and watch her father descend on the wooden elevator. I hope he won't be treated too badly. Queen of Maganda tribe could only sigh in dejection. As the queen and the only partner of Maganda chief, it was only normal that her husband had been sharing everything with her. Naturally, she had to sign the same contract as him to obtain such knowledge. Maganda chief might trust her with every fiber of his being, but the same couldn't be said about the others. While the royal palace was in mayhem from the news, Maganda chief had already reached the route where his elder was hibernating. He walked towards a gate and took a deep breath. Then, he knocked on it as he announced with a strict expression, "High Chieftain, I have some bad news to deliver." The moment he finished, he was met with a deafening silence inside the royal tree's root. This silence lasted for a full 10 seconds, before the gate was opened up a little. Maganda chief pushed the gate fully and stepped inside. What he found was a small cozy room that had only one object. A silver shimmering medicine pod that was filled with a green liquid. Within the liquid a scrawny and bony old man was floating peacefully. He had thin wings that were completely ripped of their feathers. Anyone seeing his appearance would not be able to guess that he was a origin bloodliner and the true chief of the Maganda tribe. Here I was thinking that you finally have brought some good news related to the organization. Without opening his eyes or moving an inch, High Chieftain spoke telepathically with the chief. He didn't rely on Queen AI but delivered his voice straight into the chief mind, making him pick up a tint of dissatisfaction in his tone. High Chieftain, I hope you forgive me. Maganda chief didn't dilly-dally for too long as he confessed right away, the royal family has just declared war on our alliance out of the blue. They did what? High Chieftain's eyes were snapped wide open at the sound of that. He expected many things to go wrong, but to hear that the royal family had declared war on them? He couldn't believe it because he knew that the repercussions were too serious. It happened half an hour ago. Maganda chief sighed, we all received the declaration personally by the queen, so it's the real day. How did this happen? High Chieftain interrupted him, wanting to know who's responsible for the leaks. We don't know who exposed us, but we have suspicion that it was the Phantom Organization. Maganda chief switched the blame immediately, hoping to minimize the punishment as much as possible. Phantom Organization. High Chieftain narrowed his eyes dangerously. How confident are you? Not much. Maganda chief added, I am waiting for all of us to gather, so we can stab the declaration of war at SG Alliance Administration Branch. Maganda chief knew that the royal family wouldn't declare a war on them just for giggles. So, while others thought that royal family didn't have a solid evidence for actively declaring a war, he believed that they had more than enough. They would be required to hand over that evidence for their declaration to be approved. The Anti-Royalty Alliance would have the right to look at it as well. In other words, the royal family would most likely expose their source of intel for extra credibility. Only then could the Anti-Royalty Alliance make sure if the Phantom Organization played a role in this or not. High Chieftain understood what he meant immediately. Set up a meeting in half an hour. High Chieftain ordered while closing his eyes again. On it. Maganda chief bowed slightly and retreated, knowing that it was his cue to piss off. However, before he could step outside the room, High Chieftain asked calmly, "Did you forget something?" Maganda chief bit his lips tightly as he transformed his right arm into a sharp crystallized blade. Slice. Then, he cleaved his other arm in one swift motion. The arm dropped into the ground while blood began gushing out like a flood out his shoulder. Maganda chief got down on his knees and picked up his arm without letting out a single wince. Then, he bowed again at the High Chieftain and walked away. He knew that he was lucky that the High Chieftain didn't want to waste his time on him when he had to deal with such a massive problem. Otherwise, his punishment would be far more brutal than just cleaving one arm. Meanwhile, Gabriel, Zazia, Barry, and Rika had all relayed the information to their elders. Each one dealt with it differently. For Zazia, she simply received a disappointed look from her uncle. As for the three boys, they received a physical beating like no other. Although all of them blamed the Phantom organization, their elders still punished them since all of this happened during their leadership. It didn't matter if they were at fault or not. As leaders, they needed to take responsibility for such an F***ck up. Half an hour later, Maganda chief and the rest of the Anti-Royalty Alliance could be seen sitting silently at a round table. They didn't dare to speak since their elders had joined this meeting with them. Besides Zoja's uncle, who appeared youthful with his snow-white beard and well-toned body, the other four elders all looked like a bunch of sticks. They had wrinkles all over their bodies while their scalps were fully bald and had colored brown patches on them. Anyone who see them would believe that they were walking corpses, especially Gabriel's elder. He was barely capable of lifting his head up. Still, all five of them exuded a natural authoritative pressure that made it hard for the other five to disrespect them. Who will do the honor and contact the SG Alliance administration? Zoja's uncle asked with a gruff voice. Although it had been a long time since they saw each other, none of them wanted to waste their precious time on useless chit-chatting. Allow me. Zazia volunteered. She quickly dialed the number of the administration president and waited a few seconds. Cluck. There is no need to make a plea. The declaration of war has been approved by committee. The president answered her before she could even greet him. Just as she wanted to speak out, the call got disconnected. They sure are quick. Gabriel sneered as he glanced at his email inbox. The moment the president hung up, all five of them received an email from him. It had the documentations that were given by the royal family to the administration. None of them thought that the administration would keep information from them to support the royal family. They knew that SG Alliance administrations were all neutral and would always be. Instead of reading the documents alone, Zazia opened the email and enlarged the hologram. Then, she pushed it to the center of the table. The moment she started reading the supposed evidence of their hidden scheme, she couldn't help but glance at Gabriel's grandfather with widened eyes. Her shocked reaction was shared by Maganda chief and the rest. All of them eyed Gabriel's grandfather, who was the oldest elder of them all. When he sensed their looks, Gabriel's grandfather opened his dried-up eyes slowly and glanced at the documentations. After reading the first segment of the evidence, he let out a long exhale in disappointment. It seems like my 15th dead wife has been the mole. Ah, she was my favorite too, forgive me, age truly made me lose my edge. Gabriel's grandfather apologized with a husky soft tone as he closed his eyes again. The first segment showed how his 15th dead wife was a sleeper agent that had been cultivated from birth by the royal family. At age of 8, she was sent in the open with a mission to infiltrate the Sanctum Federation. However, she had no idea about the mission or the fact that she was a sleeper agent, making it impossible for the Queen to think that she was a spy. After all, how could the Queen AI figure it out when even the wife had no idea that she was a sleeper agent? Sleeper agents were truly terrifying individuals since they were brainwashed from birth to be loyal to a single background. So even if they were sent in the open with a new set of memories, the moment they get awakened, they would remember their mission and try to fulfill it at all cost. In this case, the 15th wife had probably signed a contract with the anti-royalty alliance to keep whatever she heard to herself. For the most case, she did exactly so without any intention to betray them. However, based on the documents given, she had been awakened inside a pocket dimension that wasn't connected with Queen Ai. She went to that pocket dimension for a mission that was imposed by her husband. After all, she was a strong, intelligent, and a beautiful 6th-stage bloodliner. That's why Gabriel's grandfather married her in the first place. Unbeknownst to him, the news about the pocket dimension was leaked by the royal family themselves. It was a bait to isolate his wife and her crew inside the pocket dimension. Then, awaken her and retrieve all the intel she gathered on the anti-royalty alliance before killing her thoroughly. As long as she died in the pocket dimension without leaving a trace behind, it was impossible to figure out what happened in there. If it wasn't for her being a sleeper agent, she would have committed suicide the moment she realized that it was a trap. That's because only those believing in the cause and were completely trusted by the anti-royalty alliance get informed of their plan. So when shit hit the fan, they wouldn't hesitate to off themselves to keep the intel secure. 200 years. This happened 200 years ago. Gabriel covered his despaired face as he murmured, "We are so screwed." Who could blame him for reacting like this? The notion that the royal family knew about their secret alliance and planning for over 2 centuries was enough to chill anyone. 2 long damn centuries. How much did they prepare? Why did they take so long to come for them? What else did they know about their plan to take them down? So many unanswered bone-chilling questions. What's worse, were there still other sleeper agents within their ranks? It's all right, old William. It could have happened to any of us. High Chieftain comforted Gabriel's grandfather. He wasn't doing so because he was afraid to scold him or such. He truly believed that he was unlucky to pick up a wife that was a sleeper agent. The odds of doing so were way too slim. It was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. That's because the royal family must have absolutely zero connection with the sleeper agent after sending her in the open at a young age. Any kind of connection would have high chance of getting her compromised if she ever reached her target. After all, old William would have done everything to investigate her. From her roots to the moment he decided to marry her and get her within his inner trusted circle. All of her actions needed to be fueled by her own desire and goals instead of the mission that she had no idea about. Hell, even the anti-royalty alliance had thousands of sleeper agents spread out in all backgrounds, hoping that one of them might infiltrate the inner circles of their rivals. Unfortunately, all of them had strayed to different paths in life, turning them into useless assets that weren't required to be awakened. So, it all depended on luck to get some positive results from those sleeper agents. The royal family was extremely lucky to have one of their sleeper agent reach so far in her journey and bring with her an enormous amount of useful intel. The first thing we will do is double-check all of our people again. Zosia's uncle disclosed composedly, "It's highly unlikely that we have another sleeper agent in our inner circle, but we can't be too careful." Agreed. We'll make sure it goes smoothly. Maganda Chief and the rest approved of his suggestion and sent out orders immediately to begin the process of filtration. Based on the rest of the documentations, it's fair to assume that what they have on us is 200 years old. Karam mentioned, "It's a small win for us since we have enhanced our efforts in the latest years." In other words, information that royal family possessed was too old to be used against them. In the previous years, there were drastic changes to the army's structure, recruitment, changing pivotal assets from a planet to another, acquiring new classified weapons, etc. The only real downside of the information leak was exposing their planning and giving a lot of time for the royal family to prepare against them. Honestly, that was more than enough to scare the shit off Gabriel, Maganda Chief, and the others. Now that the declaration has been approved, it is up to us whether to agree or not. Zosia said, "We have merely a month to decide. Obviously, we can only reject it." Barry shook his head, "It's impossible for us to deal with royal family with our current preparation even if they didn't know about our alliance. Besides the elders, The others nodded their heads in agreement. If they were confident to deal with the royal family, they would have already declared war on them instead of continuing to add more strong allies on their side. Plus, they still hadn't received the first batch of mythical bloodline bottles from the Phantom organization. They were relying on them to counter the royal family's strong descendants. They had many of them due to the number of young origin bloodliners in their rank. The royal family was still a monarchy capable of affording to recruit origin bloodliners within their ranks, unlike the anti-royalty alliance. No origin bloodliner would be dumb enough to join them when he could go to the Bardo Empire and join the Council or the Norfolk royal family. In fact, it was much better to start his own kingdom than join the anti-royalty alliance. Because the 5 elders of the anti-royalty alliance were way too old to be having descendants anymore, made it impossible to keep up with the royal family. The current ruling generation of Maganda Chief, Zazia, Gabriel, Barry, and Rika all possessed weak bloodline purity, forcing them into following the integration system. Zazia made it into the origin realm, which was a win to the anti-royalty alliance, but the other 4 were still struggling to toughen their mental state and take the leap like her. Based on the origin bloodliner's age, Zazia was young enough to have strong and capable descendants. Unfortunately, she wanted to make them with an origin bloodliner as well, so her children would have the highest possible bloodline purity. Since no origin bloodline was willing to join them, she still had no descendants. I don't care if our preparations are not enough or that we have been exposed. High Chieftain tightened his fists under the table as he stressed, we are accepting the declaration of war. Elder, we can't. We are simply handing over our territories. Zazia and Maganda Chief shouted at the same time, not pleased one bit the elder's outrageous decision. Gabriel, Barry, and Kara shared the same emotion as them, feeling like the High Chieftain had lost his mind. Silence. Zoja's uncle glanced at High Chieftain and supported, he is right. It is now or never. If we rejected the declaration, we will be required to offer compensations based on their evidence provided. Since we have been caught red-handed scheming against the royal family, the SG Alliance will rip apart a massive chunk of our territories and hand it over. Kara's elder, who remained silent throughout the entire conversation, finally chipped in his own take on the matter. Zazia and the others knew that the territories given wouldn't be just an empty space or deserted planets. Instead, they would be handpicked by the royal family. This meant, they would aim for advanced territories where populations were at their highest or important solar systems that were rich with high-quality resources. The only territory that was safe was the capital territory, the main hub of each kingdom. If they gave such massive compensations, it would be nigh impossible to return to their glory days and prepare for another war against them. What's worse, since their bad intentions were known, the royal family would double down against them, making sure that they would never harbor another thought of going to war with them. Most importantly, we will have the right to declare war on them only after 500 years. High Chieftain sighed as he rubbed his eyebrows, we will be dead by then except for Snowpiercer. I doubt I can last even 3 more decades. Old William chuckled softly. The atmosphere had gotten somewhat depressed after mentioning the elder's age. Besides Zoja's uncle, Snowpiercer, the 4 of them were hanging by a thread that could snap at any moment. They had already exhausted all the available methods to prolong their lives. At this point, they could only slow down the aging process by hibernating inside a special medical liquid. 500s from now? All of them would be dead, leaving the anti-royalty alliance with only 2 origin bloodliners to carry on their cause. What's worse, their armies, territories, and resources would be almost halved by the royal family. On the other hand, the Norfolks would either remain as strong as before or get stronger after absorbing their resources and territories. So, High Chieftain was right, it was now or never. Maganda Chief wanted to boast and claim that he would succeed in breaking through the origin realm sooner or later, but he kept those thoughts to himself. He knew that even if he broke through, he wouldn't be as strong as most of the royal family origin bloodliners due to their extensive experience. Even if it wasn't for so, they would still be just 3 origin bloodliners. If that was enough to overthrow the Norfolk royal family, they would have been gutted thousands of years ago. Ah, we are really screwed. Downhearted, Barry relaxed his shoulders as he leaned on his chair, appearing to be giving up on the cause. Imbecile! Fix your damn posture before I break your neck. His elder didn't take too kindly on his behavior. It's not the time to be giving up. High Chieftain narrowed his eyes as he said, since we have been declared on, we have the option to choose the war's format. Don't tell me you are thinking of choosing the ruleless format. Snowpiercer raised an eyebrow in surprise after picking up what High Chieftain implied. Why not? High Chieftain sneered, with our lack of preparation, we will be just having our asses handed to us in the ruled format. At least, in the ruleless format, there will be many variables that may turn the tables around. Upon thinking about it thoroughly, they realized that he was absolutely right. At this moment, they really had no option but to pick the ruleless format or reject the war declaration and provide ruthless compensations. The fact that there were only two formats to handle a war made it harder to find better alternatives. Ruleless war? Hey! Zazia smiled wryly, it has been really a very long time since we have seen one in the universe. That's to be expected. Maganda Chief shared, it's not worth choosing since it is packed with variables that can affect the end result. Plus, even if you win the war with this format, the SG Alliance will make you feel like the loser. The Anti-Royalty Alliance always knew that if they declared war on the royal family, the Norfolks would have selected the ruled war over the ruleless war since it was more advantageous to them. That's because the ruled format meant giving off control over the war fully to the SG Alliance. The SG Alliance would turn their war into a series of games that would be spectated throughout the entire universe. There would be more than 50 games initiated between the two sides. The games would be varied from all types of formats with unique designs. There would be large-scaled games that target the fleets and armies, such as giving each side a planet and a similar set of fleet, then making them compete to be the first to conquer the other side planet. Games that test commanders and generals by placing armies made out 10,000 bloodliners and soldiers in one continent. Then, forcing them to fight until either side surrenders. Games that focuses on individual fights between the strongest fighters from both sides. There were even games that target the intellectual department of both backgrounds, scientists, researchers, engineers, etc. The only thing that matters was to test out the all-roundness of those opposite backgrounds instead of just the brawl side. So the final verdict would be as fair as possible. The way the victor get decided was by collecting victory points. Each game won provides a point. The background that collected the most points in those series of games win the war. It seemed like the better option for the Anti-Royalty Alliance to pick this format, but in reality, it would be a death sentence. That's because most games would still be based on battles and fights, there would be no limitations to the participates' strength. So, Origin bloodliners and their descendants could participate over and over again in each of those fighting games. It only made sense to allow both sides to send their best in every game. It was illogical to limit the strength of one background by forcing them to place weaker bloodliners or soldiers because they used them in other games. This was a war after all, even if it was disguised as a series of games. In wars, the smartest, strongest, and most fortunate deserves to win it all. The Anti-Royalty Alliance was still too weak to handle the current upper echelon force of Norfolk family. Thus, it was better to pick the other format, the ruleless war. Well, it was just slightly better since the ruleless war would pose many difficulties for the Anti-Royalty Alliance as well. That's because a ruleless war meant a complete replication of the Mariana Empire territory and everything inside it by Queen AI. From stars, planets, kingdoms, countries, cities, towns, weather, structures, etc. Since the Mariana Empire territory spanned over a quarter of a galaxy, this entailed that the computing power required to achieve such an unfathomable replication would place quite the pressure on Queen AI. What's worse, the war would be a free-for-all. Any citizen that live in the Mariana Empire would have the right to join the war after pledging their loyalty to one of the two sides. From kingdoms, federations, countries, bloodline clans, and alliances. The backgrounds who refused to join a side wouldn't be able to put themselves inside the battleground even though their territory had been replicated. As for normal citizens, they would be given the same option to either join the battleground and support their own kingdoms or remain as an outsider. It was a serious decision to make since death inside the battleground would be as real as it could get. In other words, it didn't matter how you died in the battlefield. You would be executed by Queen AI in real life immediately. So, everyone needed to think carefully if they wanted to join the war or not. The citizens didn't need to worry about getting punished for rejecting the recruitment. The SG Alliance was their guardian angel in this case. Anyone trying to force them into recruitment unwillingly would be dealt with by Queen AI. After all, wars were taken into the UVR for multiple reasons. One of them was protection of innocent civilians who just wanted to live peacefully, without care of who's ruling above them. As for bloodliners, SG players, and other unaffiliated fighters, they could all join the war as long as they were citizens of the Empire. All of this was supervised by Queen AI and the SG Alliance, so everything would go smoothly even though it was a ruleless war. Because of their heavy involvement and the massive resources it takes from Queen AI to oversee everything after replicating a quarter of a galaxy, the winner of the war would have to pay for the Scallions' services. The replication of quarter galaxy with all of its tiny little details wasn't an easy feat and puts some pressure on Queen AI's capabilities. So, the SG Alliance would get paid for each day this war lasts. The payment would be 200 million SC on each day. If the winner couldn't pay it, territories and assets will be seized by the SG Alliance as collateral. In addition, 98% of the stream revenue of war would be going into the Scallions' pockets while the remaining 2% would be split between the parties involved in the war. All of this to force backgrounds into solving their problems with other ways than wars. If they went and chosen war, then they must at least pick the ruled format to make it easy for everyone. Without placing those heavy penalties and punishments, the universe would have been engulfed in wars 24/7. I have a plan to give us a fighting chance in the ruleless format. If we won, the penalty will be dealt with properly. High Chieftain sneered, if we lost, we will make it as bitter as possible. Everyone snickered at the thought of the royal family getting forced to pay trillions of coins or offering resourceful territories to the SG Alliance. They knew that winning was going to require a miracle, but prolonging the war for years and years? That was more than doable for them. What plan is it? Maganda Chief inquired. You will be informed of it soon. High Chieftain clapped his hands and ordered, for now, go gather our allies. They must be squirming in their places after knowing about the war. Naturally, the Anti-Royalty Alliance had many allies. Though, almost all of them had no idea about their secret agenda targeting the royal family. They only allied with them for business deals and protection. In return, they would be needed to offer support when the time come. The time had finally come. None of them could reject siding with them in the war since it was signed upon. Planet Earth was one of the allies too. The Earthlings had been benefiting from the Anti-Royalty Alliance protection until they got on their feet. Now, it was time for payment. Oh, make sure to invite every background to the gathering too. High Chief Tian brought out an empty contract and said, let's put down a bait that will be hard for them to ignore. Just as High Chief Tian mentioned, all of their allies were losing their shit at the thought of going to war with Norfolk royal family. They kept sending them invitations for meetings, so they could discourage them from accepting the declaration of war. Unlike the Anti-Royalty Alliance, they had no grudge against the Norfolk royal family. When they signed the contract, they thought that those three superpowers would never target someone and no one would dare to target them. Even if they picked on a background, it would be a weak one that could be handled by one of them alone. The fact that the Anti-Royalty Alliance never got into conflict or had previous history with Norfolk royal family bamboozled them hard. If those allies had caught even a whiff of conflict, they would have never signed the contract to avoid being placed in such F***ed-up situation. What's worse, the Norfolk royal family had published the evidence given to the administration in their website. Anyone who read it immediately got stunned by the fact that Maganda tribe, Sanctum Federation and Everglow Kingdom were the ones scheming against the Norfolks behind the shadows. They were literally caught red-handed, which justified the Norfolks' declaration of war. I know that the royal family aren't at their best, but to scheme to overthrow them and cause chaos to arise in the empire? I am greatly disappointed in those three superpowers. Bunch of sissies. It's exciting news that someone finally dared to raise their fists against the greedy royal family. All they have been doing is raise taxes again and again. I doubt those three superpowers will dare to accept the declaration. Hee, did you see how long the Norfolks knew about their scheme? It will be a one-sided slaughter. I feel bad for their allies. They probably have been dragged into this war without them knowing about anything. The smart ones who read the published documentations through and through, realized that most of the anti-royalty allies had been baited into signing the contract. They believed that the anti-royalty alliance meant goodwill by allying with them, but in reality, they just wanted to bolster their forces until the day they declare war on the Norfolk royal family. Such an insincere scheme truly pushed the anti-royalty alliance's reputation down the gutter even further. Inside the World Council, the head of state of each county in Earth were discussing solutions to avoid joining the war with the anti-royalty alliance. Their numbers had dwindled significantly since the moment Felix had left the planet. That's because a lot of countries started merging with each other to protect their interest from superpowers in the planet. How unlucky can we get? Mr. Rodriguez sighed as he stood on a podium in front of the heads of states. We finally created 10 basic fleets to protect ourselves. Now, we need to use them against a damn empire. Mr. Rodriguez felt like fate was pulling a joke on them. During the past few years, the World Council went all out on their protection. They set a wide defensive net that encased the entire planet, making it impossible for spaceships to approach their atmosphere without getting bombarded by plasma missiles. They finished the tower on the moon that would act as a radar in the entire solar system, helping them spot uninvited parties from millions of kilometers away. They built tens of massive space stations around the planet and even 2 space elevators in 2 continents. Most importantly, they shaped up a planetary space army made out of 10 fleets. Each fleet had more than 20 armored spaceships made exclusively for war. It might not be much compared to other advanced planets and civilizations, but it was a start that made Earthlings proud. Especially, when they had done all of this in merely a few years, while in reality, it should have taken more than 3 decades. All of this due to their earnings from the last planetary game that provided them with billions of coins, in addition to universal exposure due to Felix's results in the games. The number of tourists visiting the planet was off the roof, allowing them to earn hundreds of millions of coins in the past years. The exposure also assisted them in making many business deals with either the anti-royalty alliance or other interested backgrounds. Right at this moment, Earth was already on track to join the advanced civilizations in the Empire if they remained consistent like this. That's why the world leaders were so pissed by the notion of going to war. The universe was just starting to open to them, and now they had to deal with an ancient empire that was founded over millions of years ago. How about we contact Felix? One of the presidents suggested. They may ignore us, but I doubt they will ignore him. Plus, he was the one who signed the alliance contract on behalf of the planet. True. We never wanted to ally with them in the first place. If he continued leading our planetary team in the games, we would have won many games and earned wishes plus billions of coins. That is enough to take care of ourselves. Some presidents nodded their heads in agreement, feeling like they were wasting the potential of their planetary team due to Felix's nonchalance. Weren't you happy that he never interfered in our leadership? Mr. Rodriguez scoffed. Now that things got somewhat real, you want to blame him and call him to fix it. Indeed, have some shame. If we call him every time we are in a pinch, there is no need to have a World Council. The other presidents supported Mr. Rodriguez with displeased looks directed at their peers. It was clear that the World Council was split between 2 parties. Ones that supported Felix truthfully and would do everything to support his decisions. The others wanted to benefit from him. They didn't care about his achievements or the heights he reached in the universe. They only cared about the traffic he brings to their businesses, helping them fill their pockets with coins. No need for hostilities. President of Japan eased up the tension before a ruckus could start. Then, he said, I understand that asking for Mr. Felix's help might seem shameful, but we need to at least inform him. The news are all over the media. The same president from before sneered, he would have seen them unless he was blind or simply didn't give a shit about what happens to Earthlings anymore. Before Mr. Rodriguez could retort back, another president jumped into the fray and added with an irked expression, his strength and achievements must have gotten into his head. He stopped caring about the planet years ago and you guys are simply not wanting to accept it. Couldn't have said it better. He probably has hundreds of billions in his bank account, yet he never bothered to donate even $1 billion to the planet's fund box. Donate? He never called any of us to check on the planet's progress. Enough. Just as the chatter started to get heated up in the assembly, Mr. Rodriguez shouted furiously with veins popping on his neck. His bellow managed to quieten down everyone, but none of them looked at him favorably. After all, they were leaders, not school kids, to be shouted at like this. I dare any one of you to repeat the same bullshit when Felix comes back. Mr. Rodriguez had enough of dealing politely with those two-facets ungrateful presidents. Everything that they had was due to Felix's massive contribution. Even when he wasn't on Earth, they were still benefiting from his existence. Yet, they had the guts to keep bad-mouthing him simply because he was too busy to deal with their crap? He wasn't having it. Mr. Rodriguez also wanted Felix to come back and lead the Earthling team back on track, but he wouldn't go as far those presidents. I have just sent him a message. Mr. Rodriguez eyed them with a threatening look and said, I don't want to hear anything else about this subject again. If he called, then good, if he didn't, we will handle ourselves just fine. Upon hearing so, the other party decided to compromise and let go of the subject, not wanting to anger Mr. Rodriguez even further. As the president of the strongest and most resourceful organization in the planet, his authority had already surpassed all the leaders. So, it wasn't smart to cross him. VRR. Abruptly, Mr. Rodriguez's bracelet vibrated, making his expression brightened up almost instantly. He knew that only a few individuals were able to contact him while inside a meeting. Felix was one of them. Oh, it's them. Unfortunately, the message ended up being from the Anti-Royalty Alliance, asking him to attend a gathering in half an hour to explain the situation. It wasn't from Felix, but he was still glad about the summoning. He quickly informed the others about it, and they all shared his delight. It must be a gathering for all allies. Hopefully, it will be held to tell us that they decided to reject the declaration. Hopefully. Half an hour later, Mr. Rodriguez had been sent as the representative for Earth in the gathering. He could be seen getting sandwiched between a two-headed man and a small thin girl with a dark blue skin. Yet, Mr. Rodriguez didn't even eye them as he was looking at the hundreds of authoritative figures around him. Each one of them had the name of the background they represent engraved on a plank that was placed in front of their seat. There were known backgrounds to Mr. Rodriguez like Corona Kingdom, Alexander Kingdom, and the Three-State Union. But still, most of them were unfamiliar to him. This can't be right. Mr. Rodriguez murmured with a dazed expression, are all of those backgrounds allies with the Anti-Royalty Alliance? It wasn't just him asking this question, as most representatives kept looking around them in surprise. Some knowledgeable figures had already realized that not only allies were invited but even outsiders. They spotted many representatives for strong bloodline clans, kingdoms, and organizations that were headed with active origin bloodliners. Before they could think too much about this, Maganda Chief, Zazia, and Gabriel had appeared in front of 3 podiums in a flash of light. The chatter quietened down almost instantly after they got spotted. While the outsiders showed curious looks, the allies eyed those 3 furiously, wanting nothing more than to punch the living shit out of them for scamming them. Thankfully, all representatives knew how to control their tempers, making them mask their displeasure and show a courteous expression. "Welcome my dear friends to this prestigious gathering." Maganda chief broke the ice with a polite greeting and handed the baton to Zazia since she was an origin bloodliner. "I don't like wasting my precious time, so I will be direct with you." Zazia looked at them indifferently and confessed, "After long discussion, we decided to accept the declaration of war." Before her words could sink in, she followed it up with, "The format will be the ruleless war." The moment she was done, the assembly hall had descended into a frightening silence like it wasn't packed with hundreds of people. No one spoke, coughed, breathed out loud or even moved an inch. They were just staring at Zazia with a stunned expression, not daring to accept her confession. The outsiders were shocked by the fact that the Anti-Royalty Alliance actually dared to accept the declaration and even pick that infamous format. Meanwhile, the allies felt like their world was crumbling on them. "This can't be happening." Mr. Rodriguez kept repeating this sentence in his mind while heartbeats rose higher by the second. Fear, agitation, shock, and every other negative emotion flooded his mind and body. Who could blame him for reacting like this? Joining the war was already scary enough, but to actually join a ruleless war, where their planet would be replicated, and they would be forced to defend it against royal families' mighty fleets and powerful bloodliners? He knew that they would get massacred in the first few months of the war if the Empire placed even a bit of focus on them. "This is outrageous." One of the allies finally couldn't hold it anymore and berated loudly, "First, you made us sign an alliance contract without telling us about your intentions to overthrow the Empire. Now you actually accepted the declaration without even counseling with us. What the hell do you take us for?" Immediately after he finished, the other allies started venting their frustration as well. "That's right. Did you bring us here to make fun of us or what? My government has just emerged from a civil war. Our forces are at their weakest, and you want us to fight the Empire and their allies? Not happening. I will rather hand over my kingdom than get forced into fighting like this." While everyone kept screaming at the top over their voices, creating a noisy ruckus in the assembly hall, Zazia merely kept staring at them with a nonchalant look. After a minute went by, she clapped her hands slowly and everyone got muted at once. Peace returned again in the hall. "Excuse me for being impolite and muting everyone." Zazia apologized insincerely and continued, "But, we don't have time to indulge you in your cry out. All of you think that we have pulled the rug under you or something." Zazia snickered, "But, did you forget already how you behaved when we emphasized that we will be requiring your assistance in the near future?" Upon hearing so, most representatives lowered their heads with stiffened expressions. As leaders, they were there when they signed the contract between them and the Anti-Royalty Alliance. So, after having their memories refreshed, they recalled that the members of the Anti-Royalty Alliance did indeed emphasize that part. At that moment, none of them cared to think thoroughly about it since they didn't want to seem insincere and end up losing the alliance deal. In their eyes, allying with one of the 4 strongest superpowers in the Empire would have more advantages than disadvantages. Hence, they gladly signed it. Now, that it turned out that disadvantage was too much for them to handle, they started to be *tch about and make it seem like they had been cheated. Zazia wasn't having it. She pointed her finger at a fat middle-aged man with a beer bully and sneered, "Governor Jason, you forgot already how you came begging for our help to deal with a pirate organization that was running rampant in your territory." The fat middle-aged man lowered his head, not wanting to confront Zoja's frigid eyes. He was the loudest of the bunch in his ***ing when everyone was screaming at once. Now that he was targeted, he was as quiet as a mouse. Thankfully for him, Zazia aimed at a few more of their allies, retelling all the help they received from the Anti-Royalty Alliance over past decades. "We almost never asked anything from you, and you were more than fine with it." Zazia narrowed her eyes at them and warned, "Now that we finally needed your help, you are planning on bailing on us? I dare any one of you to do so. We are f***ed." Mr. Rodriguez closed his eyes in despair after hearing Zoja's threat. He knew that planet Earth had benefited way too much from the anti-royalty alliance to bail out on them in their need. Since they were forced by the contract to help them out, the anti-royalty alliance could totally give up on them during the war after their planet get replicated. All the allies understood the underlying threat of Zazia, making them keep their mouths shut lest they get turned into an example for the others. When Zazia saw that everyone started to behave, she unmuted them and displayed a giant holographic list. Everyone lifted their heads and read what on it with curious looks. What they found out forced the outsiders to affix their posture into a serious one. This can't be real. How credible is this intel? It must be a ruse. After finishing the whole thing, the outsiders started making a small ruckus by doubting the content of the list. Who could blame them? The list was showing many pieces of information on the royal family. The one that made the outsiders behave like this was a segment that exposed royal families scheming against all unaffiliated backgrounds in their territory. The information didn't really give too many details, but it did force the outsiders to pay attention more in this gathering. You can ask the Queen, and she will confirm that this piece of intel was gotten through one of our spies 300 years ago. Zazia suggested for the outsiders, so they could drop their suspicion. Without exception, everyone asked the Queen, and she confirmed the list's legitimacy. So what? One of the outsiders yawned as he folded his hands behind his back disrespectfully. He seemed quite arrogant and proud from the way he kept his distance from the other representatives, not wanting to mingle with them. Zazia eyed the handsome laid-back man and asked, "What do you mean, King Solomon?" She excused his behavior since she knew that he was an origin bloodliner, who owned the 8th-ranked kingdom in the empire. While other strong backgrounds sent representatives, King Solomon came on his own. Zazia knew that it wasn't out of respect but simply because he was most likely bored. All of us knows that the empire harbor ill intent towards us. After all, we are occupying their territory. King Solomon shrugged his shoulders, so, why should I be surprised that they are scheming against us? Everyone nodded their heads and stopped freaking out in their mind. They could see that the anti-royalty alliance was hoping to recruit them on their side by making a common enemy out of the royal family. Sure, the intel was enough to raise a few hairs, but to throw their lot with the anti-royalty alliance in this war? Not a chance. You are right. Zazia snickered faintly, but, do you know what has been keeping the royal family from coming after you all this long? Not giving King Solomon the time to answer, Zazia pointed at her chest and proclaimed, "It was us. We always wondered why was the royal family passive against the unaffiliated backgrounds even though we found out that they had been scheming to declare wars on them." Zazia disclosed, "Only now did we understand that the royal family had to postpone their plans after figuring out about our hidden intentions against them. So, if it wasn't for us diverging their focus from you guys, I doubt you will be sitting here with us now." When King Solomon thought about it carefully, he realized that she might be right. The royal family found out about the anti-royalty alliance 200 years ago. Since Queen Ai confirmed the intel of the anti-royalty alliance, it was safe to assume that the royal family had to switch their aim from them to the anti-royalty alliance. King Solomon was an intelligent man with thousands of years of experience under his belt. Hence, he figured out what Zazia was leading to before she could say it. If those pigs postponed their plan against us until they deal with the anti-royalty alliance, then we will be royally screwed over after the war ends. King Solomon gulped a small mouthful, feeling nervous for the first time about the results of this war. He understood that if the anti-royalty lost, the royal family would have taken care of the 3 strongest superpowers in the empire in one go. This would leave the other entities in the empire completely vulnerable against them. After all, the only reason the empire had yet to make a move against them was due to those 3 superpowers leaving them on their toes. When they get rid of them, it would be their turn next and no one would be there to beseech help from. Without us being your shield, your days are numbered in this empire. Zazia said coldly, "That's a fact that you can't refuse even if you wanted." Seeing that King Solomon didn't retort made other outsiders nervous too. Since they were sent as representatives, it only meant that they could see the bigger picture as well. In reality, they always knew deep down that the royal family wasn't pleased by their illegal occupation. However, after centuries went by and the royal family kept their hands held back, they started to feel like their territory truly belonged to them. You see, I believe that all of you had gotten too comfortable in your territories. The Norfolk's passiveness against you made them seem like they had lost their edge or given up on dealing with you. But in reality, they never stopped sharpening their spears. Zazia sneered as she looked at them squirm in their seats. It seems like they are finally ready to pull them out against us. My question to you is really simple. Zazia paused for a second, then laid out a question that echoed through the hall. Will you fight now or die later? Zazia said it in a way that made it seem like they had no other option at all. They could either combine forces in the war and overthrow the royal family once and for all, or wait until the day the royal family decide to cull them. From the intel given, it seemed like that day would be happening quite sooner after the war ends in their favor. Seeing the grim expression of everyone below her, Zazia decided to give them the carrot now lest she lose them forever due to her forceful method. Did you even pause to think or ask us what we will be doing if we won the war? Zazia smiled as she watched them refocus on her again. All of them seemed pretty confused by what she said. In their eyes, there was no point in thinking about it since it was common sense that they would create a new royal family between them and rule the empire. One royal family goes and another arrives, nothing much would change besides the royal family name. I know what you are thinking, and I can tell you right now that your conclusion is far from the truth. Zazia snapped her finger and a new hologram appeared before everyone. The hologram was a big contract titled as Constitution of the New Democratic States of Mariana Federation. Without exception, everyone's eyes bulged out a little in disbelief the instant they read the title. They were smart enough to figure out the content of the contract just by reading the title. In a swift manner, everyone copied the contract in their files and began reading it silently. No one spoke or made a ruckus anymore. Even King Solomon read the contract with a stern look on his face. Zazia neither interrupted them nor tried to explain their vision for the future of the empire. It was all summarized in that 10 pages contract, and she was confident that the majority would be moved by the terms if they had a slight ambitious for their backgrounds to climb even further. How could they not be moved when the contract offered them to be a member of a democratic federation? A federation that was headed by every background based on their contribution in the war. It didn't matter if a background had an origin bloodliner or not as long as they contribute heavily in the war. In the galaxy, all three empires had their own system. For the Bardo Empire, they had a council made out of 100 councilmen. Every background with an origin bloodliner had the right to compete to be one of the councilmen. As for those without one, they immediately get annexed by the nearest background that was part of the council. The Guardian Empire had a dictatorship system that was led by the great commander of the Galactical Army while the royal family was merely there for the legacy. Last but not least, the Mariana Empire was the only true empire that still followed a monarchy system. Though, its golden age had already gone, and now its territory was infested with hundreds of unaffiliated backgrounds. Some were still SG Alliance members and some had long gotten kicked out of the alliance due to their team failing to win the games. Whatever it was, both of them were at risk. The only difference was that one of them couldn't be invaded without a declaration of war that was approved, the other was a free market for all. The only common theme in all of those systems was the negligence to those backgrounds that lacked origin bloodliners to represent them. It didn't matter if a background had the strongest fleet, the best economy in the empire, or the most advanced civilization. As long as they had no origin bloodliner within their ranks, they were considered as a non-authoritative member who had no right to sit in the big boys' table. It sounded unfair and honestly quite stupid, but that was how humans live by. There was always an elitist mentality that must be maintained and shouldn't be trampled upon. What the Anti-Royalty Alliance offered everyone if they won the war was a real democratic federation that was ruled by contribution instead of having an origin bloodliner. Contribution not just in the war but to further improve the federation in the future. So, this was in fact the only real opportunity for those unaffiliated backgrounds to escape being treated as nobodies and join the big boys' table without needing an origin bloodliner. From the emotional looks those representatives have on their faces while reading the contract, this opportunity sure moved them thoroughly. Please take this contract with you and share it with your leaders. Zazia smiled, if possible share it with your allies as well. It can only be called a democratic federation if we brought in as many backgrounds as possible within our ranks. Thank you for the invitation. Will do my best. I will come back with a replay later on. One by one, the outsiders started to teleport swiftly, wanting to take the contract to their bosses as fast as possible. When they accepted the invitation to this gathering, they were fairly confident that the Anti-Royalty Alliance would reject the war declaration and ask for their assistance to stand up again on their feet. After all, they knew that the royal family would bite a sizable chunk of their quality resources. Instead, they were shocked to find out that the WAS declaration was accepted, and it would be held following the ruleless format, which totally unexpected. Before they could recover from the news, they were indirectly requested to join the war on the anti-royalty side, a laughable request in their eyes. Yet, after seeing the contract and the future goal of the anti-royalty alliance, their minds had been changed almost immediately. From thinking that the war wouldn't be held to having serious consideration about joining it, Zazia did her part remarkably in this gathering. After the outsiders left the gathering, the allies were excused as well. Only this time, their expressions were glowing a little. After all, they would be joining the war in either cases, so it was more beneficial for them that the Federation would be founded after they win. Right now, instead of thinking of putting the minimum effort in the war, they were really considering going all out to get as much contribution as possible. Based on the contract, the 10 biggest contributors in the war would be referred to as the head of states and would gain the biggest patches of royal families' territories. This was the plan that the High Chieftain made in the past hour or so. The Anti-Royalty Alliance never had thoughts about sharing authority after they win. Unfortunately, their backs were against the wall, and they needed every help they could get in this war. Still, not everyone had their minds changed. Representatives like Mr. Rodriguez, who represented weak planets, still wanted to just avoid being in the war entirely. After all, even if they went all out, they would barely make a tiny bit of contribution and get themselves part of the Federation. That's if they remain standing after the war ends. Sigh, where are you, Felix? Mr. Rodriguez hated to admit it, but at this point, they really required Felix to step up and intervene. Too bad, Felix was currently laying in a snooze couch in his consciousness space, reading a book about potion making. He had no idea what's going on, and Lady Sphinx, the only one capable of connecting to UVR, didn't tell him anything about this war. It was hard to believe that she wouldn't receive news about this from her subordinates even if she didn't actively look for it. Just when he finally settled down and started reading something for once, war is about to erupt. Lady Sphinx thought to herself, I will be a fool to break his focus now. Lady Sphinx was a rational being who cared little about the lives of Felix's friends or family members. She only cared about him and him only. While Felix was reading in peace, the content of the Anti-Royalty Alliance had been leaked by many backgrounds who took part in it. The public wasn't even left to recover from the shock of the Anti-Royalty Alliance's decision to participate in the war before the news about a new democratic federation had gone viral. Oh my God! Is the Anti-Royalty Alliance trying to pull everyone in this war? This is huge. I believe that even the other two empires will be affected heavily by this war. A democratic federation? I bet my life that the Anti-Royalty Alliance had no intentions of taking this route at the start. It's smart of them to share the loot to attract the bystanders. I know for a fact that their promise is going to move a lot of kingdoms without origin bloodliners. As a citizen of the Bardo Empire, I gotta say that I will be immensely entertained with this war. No one foresaw such an outcome, and it seemed like there were many supporters of this war. Naturally, most of them were from the other two empires, who wouldn't be as affected as the Mariana Empire. Since it looked like the war would turn out to be a supermassive one, the citizen of the Mariana Empire knew that tough times would be ahead. Sure, they wouldn't be killed or harmed, but they would still get negatively impacted. Such as, taxes would raise pretty heavily to support the war efforts, sons and daughters willingly recruiting themselves in the army to defend their homes, prices of necessities would raise since the leaders would be focusing on the war more than the economy or stability of their territory, etc. Even in the SG Alliance era, war was still able to cause many wounds to innocent civilians. Since the news had gone viral, it was expected that the Norfolks would have seen it as well. Emperor Raval was forced into holding an emergency meeting to deal with the anti-royalty alliance's plan of getting everyone on their side. "We can't be quiet about this." Emperor Raval spoke sternly, "We will be given a whole year to prepare in the new virtual battlefield. That is a long time to convince many backgrounds into joining those maggots." The royal family remained quiet on this one, knowing that Emperor Raval was addressing his governors, advisors, and generals. "Isn't better this way?" Princess Alma whispered near her brother's ear. She knew that her father was taking his sweet time in his preparation because he wanted the anti-royalty alliance to recruit as many allies as possible. So, when he strikes them, he would be getting rid of a lot of leeches at once. Prince Balan shook his head as he answered her telepathically, "It's different. Father knew that the anti-royalty alliance will mostly just lower bracket backgrounds. They hold no threat against us whatsoever. However, this new federation dream would be attracting the big boys in the empire. The top 10 strongest kingdoms, bloodline clans, unions, and more. Although most of them don't have an origin bloodliner in the lead, their fleets aren't a joke." "Oh, I get it." Princess Alma nodded her head with a bit of worry on her face. She couldn't imagine how the war would turn out if all the strongest backgrounds in the empire decided to go against them. "Your Majesty, may I speak freely?" Commander Haid requested with a deep voice. "Please." Upon getting permission, Commander Haid stood up and spoke composedly, "It's impossible to fight off forest fire with water only. To completely eradicate the fire, you need to use fire as well. So, our solution is to offer something that comes closest in value to the Federation dream and turn those leeches into our allies." The royal family was slightly irked to hear such a suggestion. That's because the commander wanted them to join hands with those maggots, who infested their territory. It was the same as asking a family to work together with a bunch of mouses in their house to eradicate the other insects. Sure, it was a solid plan, but for those proud royalties, it was quite humiliating. Still, they kept their dissatisfaction in their heads, not daring to bash him loudly in front of the emperor. What do you suggest we offer them?" Emperor Raval shared, "I believe that it will be difficult to move them with materialistic items when an opportunity to have it all is right in front of them. In other words, why would they accept resources when they could have legit authority over the empire after they win the war? At that point, resources would come naturally after they split their territory. How about a ceasefire contract?" Commander Haid proposed, "If we make sure to offer them a peace of mind for the rest of their lives in the empire, I doubt they will risk everything they built on this war." "Father, you can't do that." The savvy fourth prince couldn't help but exclaim in disgust. The thought of offering their territory permanently to those leeches made his skin curl in revulsion. Right now, those backgrounds might be occupying their territory, but at least the royal family could get rid of them one day. "Brat, didn't I warn you to not jump like this in our discussion?" Emperor Raval gave an irritated side look at his fourth son, making him flinch and sit back down with his head lowered. "Commander, your suggestion is well thought of, but I do agree with my son." Emperor Raval narrowed his eyes dangerously, "There is no way I will give out my territory willingly to those maggots and cut off any chance of returning them." "Understood." Commander Haid nodded his head and sat down, not wanting to push his suggestion further. He could see that Emperor Raval was adamant at keeping it all even if it meant risking losing everything. "Still, I like the suggestion." Emperor Raval turned into his advisors and order, Try to write down a contract that will appeal to those maggots without giving off territory permanently. Everything else on the table, get creative. In Emperor Raval's mind, there might be a few strong backgrounds that would reach out and accept his deal. Maybe, they were already on the fence and this slight push would help them get in their side. Naturally, they wouldn't fight with them, but at least they would remain as bystanders in this war. Any other suggestion? Emperor Raval asked. After a few seconds of silence, one of the advisor asked for permission to speak. When he got it, he recommended, how about we try to hit the credibility of the Anti-Royalty Alliance and their contract? How so? Emperor Raval inquired, knowing that it would be hard to achieve since contracts cannot lie. Cough, I thought we can discuss it together. The advisor said sheepishly. Sit down. Emperor Raval glared at him for wasting his time. Upon seeing so, the others were even more inclined not to speak. They knew that Emperor Raval wanted well-articulated suggestions like Commander Hades. When dealing with such a big problem, it wasn't easy to come up with such solutions. You guys can speak as well. Emperor Raval gave permission to his family after seeing that his subordinates were useless. Unfortunately, the royal family members all started avoiding eye contact with him, having absolutely nothing to offer. Before Emperor Raval could give up on them, he saw Prince Balin raise his hand with a polite smile. Speak. The moment he got permission, Balin stood up to draw attention on him. The fourth prince, and the other royal family members all gave him a hidden nasty look, not pleased that he dared to give off his own opinion on such an important matter. In their eyes, the twins deserved to be kicked out of the family or killed to clean the filth and restore their bloodline purity. Fortunately for the twins, Emperor Raval didn't think like that and also had different plans for them that he never disclosed. Your Majesty, I believe that we can use reverse psychology on them. Prince Balin spoke fluently. We need to demonstrate in a subtle manner to those background that we will be pleased if they decided to join the other side. This will give them the wrong impression that we have prepared our armies to deal with them even if they allied together. Since they had no idea about our hidden weaponry, we can leak some fake news like we own 3 planet destroyers, origin bloodliner killers and such. They may believe it or not, but it doesn't matter since it will arise a sense of crisis in their minds. Prince Balin paused for a second and concluded his suggestion with a faint cunning smile. The moment we notice that some of them started to waver, we can then buy them with rich contracts, following after Commander Hades' suggestion. It will be hard for them to reject it if we promised that we won't come after them for the next 500 years or so. That's all. Prince Balin nodded his head and then returned to his seat. At last, a good suggestion came out of this meeting. Emperor Raval smiled in a pleased manner as he praised Prince Balin. But father, his idea can screw us over. The fourth prince immediately interjected after his father's praise. We might get found out to be faking it and push the backgrounds to side with them even faster. They will think that we are weak and afraid of their alliance. This time Emperor Raval didn't berate his son since he did have a solid point. Prince Balin's suggestion was a double-edged sword. If it worked, it would help them minimize the backgrounds they would be fighting without much effort. But if they failed? Even the backgrounds that weren't interested in joining the war would jump on this boat after they realized that the royal family was scared. That depends on you to make it work. Emperor Raval eyed them in a threatening manner. Make it work at all cost. His advisors, governors, and family members all nodded their heads in understanding. Discuss it carefully and come back with a solid plan. Emperor Raval excused them with a hand wave. Everyone started to teleport outside the throne chamber until only Emperor Raval and the guards were left behind. Now that they were gone, it was his time to start thinking of other ways to play this. He liked Prince Balin's idea, but it wasn't secure enough. He wouldn't be an emperor for so long if he relied on luck to push him through. Winning the war isn't enough. We need to crush them as fast as possible. Emperor Raval frowned. We really can't afford the Scullions' penalty.